And we're live on YouTube.
Good morning and welcome to the Landmarks Preservation Commission's April 5th public hearing and public meeting. We'll begin by taking attendance. Mark Silverman, will you call the roll?
Chair Carroll.
Here.
Vice Chair Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Chapin. I know she's there. We having trouble with Commissioner Chapin?
It's muted. Sorry.
Sorry.
Here.
Commissioner Chen.
Yeah.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Here.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Jefferson. He's absent. Commissioner Lutfi.
Here.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Here.
Right. Again, welcome to the April 5th public hearing and public meeting of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. This meeting is being held via Zoom and live streamed on our YouTube channel. So if you would like to testify on any of the public hearing items, you may do so by joining the meeting at the estimated time, which is shown on our agenda, which can be found on our website. And if you would just like to watch the proceedings, you may do so on YouTube at our YouTube channel. And today we are going to start the morning with a public meeting agenda. We have two public meeting items that are applications that have already had a public hearing and are returning today with revised proposals in response to comments from that public hearing. And then we will move to our public hearing agenda to review new applications for proposed work on designated properties. And with that, I will turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala.
Thank you, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. We'll start today's Preservation Department agenda with public meeting item number 1, LPC 22-04322. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 568, Lot 1, 35 Fifth Avenue in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a neo-federal style hotel building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1925. And the application is to replace windows and install rooftop mechanical equipment. This was last presented at the public hearing of January 25th, 2022, and no action was taken at that time. The staff will do a brief introduction before turning it over to the applicant after we open the proceedings.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. Actually, Brian, let me just open the proceedings now so that we can have a seamless transition between you and the applicant, because I know you're just doing a brief introduction. So Commissioner Holford Smith, would you make a motion to open the proceedings?
So moved.
And Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so please go ahead, Brian.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brian Blazak, Preservation staff. As Corey said, the subject property is 35 Fifth Avenue. Elizabeth, if you could please advance 2 slides. Thank you. As Corey said, on January 25th, 2022, the commissioners reviewed a proposal to replace windows and install rooftop mechanical equipment. While most commissioners lauded the energy efficient improvements to the building and felt the proposed windows were generally returned the appearance to the historic window configuration, some commissioners asked the applicant to explore ways to produce a more replicative window. Specifically, to explore ways to add more depth to the windows and explore the use of wood at the ground floor. Commissioners felt the rooftop mechanical equipment was appropriate. No action was taken. Next slide, please. As a result, the proposal has been modified as a response to that feedback. The applicants are here to walk you through the updated proposal. Thank you. Elizabeth, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Elizabeth Himmel, and I'm the project designer for Rubin Hall from FX Collaborative. So as Brian mentioned, it's our goal with this project to rehabilitate and preserve the historic fabric of Rubin Hall, both inside and out. And part of that goal is reinstating the historic window configuration of the building for the first time since 1968. And it's also our goal to protect the future of Rubin Hall by significantly improving the building's energy efficiency, installing an all-electric and fossil fuel-free HVAC system, and by pursuing EnerFit Passive House certification for a renovation. So in this presentation, we'll be addressing comments about our high performance aluminum windows, which the commissioners found in January to be reading as a bit flat and not sufficiently articulated to really appear as double hung windows. And as a kind of summary of changes we've made in response to those comments, we've added depth and detailing to the brick mold, added exterior trim to suggest a forward projecting upper sash, reduced the perceived width of the operable frame, and removed the visible weep covers from the meeting rail. We've also changed our approach so that we are providing wood simulated double hung windows at the ground floor where they're closest to the public, and those windows will be even more closely replicating the existing historic windows on the ground floor. So this slide is a reminder of the rooftop portion of our project scope, which was received favorably and no changes were requested, and it's included in the appendix of this presentation. And then so these elevation diagrams, as a reminder, show how we assigned replacement window types to reinstate the original window configurations on the building based on the documentation that we have. And all but 6 windows on these facades have already been replaced, mostly in 1968. And on the ground floor, the red dashed boxes show the only existing historic windows still on the primary facades. And we've tagged these HA on the west elevation and HB on the south elevation at the base of the annex building. And so here dashed in red are those 2 historic types on the ground floor primary facades, and in blue, you can see there are a couple historic window types on the secondary facades. And then all of the types along the bottom of the slide are ones that we extrapolated from the archival documentation, but that no longer exist on the building. So when we were here in January, I walked through our research process to describe how we narrowed down our window options through a kind of maze of criteria, including thermal performance and air tightness, maintenance requirements for a 16-story building, historic appropriateness, of course, physical constraints due to the size and proportion of the windows, and accessibility requirements. And the headline of that study was that we need to provide high performance aluminum simulated double hung windows for this project. And that the only window we could find that could work through all of those requirements has a full window tilt turn operation, and that is our Schuko window. And I'll walk through the revisions we made to improve its historic appearance. But the other outcome is that at the request of the commission, we've changed our ground floor windows to triple glazed wood windows from Zola. And they are fully in accordance with LPC design guidelines and have a fixed upper sash over a lower inward tilting hopper. And we feel comfortable providing wood windows at the ground floor as they'll be more easily monitored and maintained. So here we are showing the primary elevations where the ground floor windows are wood and the upper story non-historic windows are aluminum. And here is an elevation comparison for the historic window type HA replacement wood window, which is on the 5th Avenue facade. And this window has been approved on many landmarked projects. And you can see that the reduction in glazing area is well within the allowed percentage for replacement windows. And here you can see the existing windows compared with a rendering of the proposed windows. We are proposing to paint the windows on the project a light color in accordance with the archival photo that we have. And the intention is to match the limestone accents on the building, which is what the original design appears to have done. Here you can see the detail comparisons between the existing historic and the proposed. We will be providing a custom wood brick mold to match the existing as well. And here is the same elevation comparison for the type HB windows on the 10th Avenue facade. We're actually increasing the glazing area here since these windows have fairly wide frames already. And I'll note that these windows are in an existing bathroom. So we are proposing to use translucent glass for these 3 windows only. And the same detail comparisons here with another custom brick mold. And now I'll show the aluminum window for the upper floors of the project. As I mentioned, the comments last time were having to do with the flatness of the window frame. And although we had worked with Schuko to provide offset glazing for the window, the face of the window frame remained all in one plane, and that has to do with the window's high performance design. So the fact that the whole window operates as one sealed and insulated unit contributes to its extremely low U value, which is critical to our passive house certification. So what we've done is to work with some additional trim and profiling to improve the double hung appearance while maintaining the thermal performance, which is critical. So here I'm showing a comparison between the previous proposal and our update, which is highlighted in yellow. And what we did was further sculpt our brick mold extrusion to provide more visual interest and try to imply the additional framing that would be typical with a true double hung. And you can see in the detail on the lower left that it actually overhangs the front of the operable sash a bit. And that's to try to reduce the perceived width of the operable frame. And on the operable frame itself, we've added this additional trim on the upper half of the windows to suggest a forward projecting upper sash. And that trim is also helping us by taking the place of the visible weep covers that were previously shown on the meeting rail, and that were not considered to be historically appropriate. So on the jambs, you can see here how this differs between the upper and lower sashes. You can also see that we were able to further customize and improve the muntin profile, making it as deep as the machining would allow, and also chamfering the edges to give it a more sculpted appearance. So here's a comparison between this historic windows and what's on the building currently. And now you can see a rendered view of the proposed windows. And we are excited about the additional depth and detail you can see as a result of this design exercise. And again, the design intent is for the color is to match the limestone accents on the building, and to have the same color for both the wood and aluminum window types. And here is a rendering on the right view of the portion of the Fifth Avenue facade from the ground floor. So you can see the effect of our two window types together. And now I'll just flip through so you can see the original windows on the left, the previous proposal in the center, and the updated design on the right. And lastly, here. So for the remaining window types. And lastly, here is an updated diagram showing the window operation on the building. In blue at the ground floor are the fixed over inward tilting hopper wood windows. Everything you see in yellow will be our full window tilting in for ventilation with a 4-inch limit stop. And the two window bays shown in green are our designated accessible bedrooms, and those will operate as casement for ventilation because that will be easier to operate. And the windows in red will be casement only due to their narrow width, but they'll be locked and operated for maintenance only and not for ventilation. And that's the end of our presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, I'm not seeing any questions, but I will note for the record. Oh, yes, Commissioner Bland, please go ahead.
There. I wasn't in attendance when this was first presented. Just wondering about the color of the windows. Did you do a test of the original color of those existing windows to be sure that it was limestone and not a darker color?
I'll let Alex, our preservationist on the team, answer that. Alex, if you're able to.
Hi, yeah, good morning. Alex Reade from Building Conservation Associates. Yeah, we have not conducted a finishes analysis of the windows to this point, mostly due to we have concerns on the limited paint evidence that exists on the building. As Lizzie explained, the historic wood sash on the primary facades are really limited to 6 isolated locations on the first floor. And so we feel that the historic photograph that we have is really the best evidence. We would have to turn back to that when we consider the upper floor finish color as well. But certainly if it's a condition of approval, we are equipped to do a microscopic, cross-sectional finishes analysis on the limited windows that we do have on the building. And we can work with staff to incorporate any findings into our proposal.
Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner Goldblum.
Thank you. How thick is that applique piece that you're putting on the upper sash? How deep?
How deep is it?
Yeah, front to back.
I'm just going to flip to the detail to make sure that.
There we go.
So it's about 2.5 inches deep.
No, just the yellow part where it says custom aluminum trim piece for expressed upper sash.
Yeah.
It's 3
so,
inches tall by how much front to back?
It's as I said, it's about 2.5 inches deep. I don't have the precise dimension here, but you can see the dimension string directly under it. We're setting it back 4.5 inches. And I think we have about 2 inches of revealed brick at the edge, which we think is in accordance with what it was.
Okay, thank you.
If I can step in here, Commissioner Goldblum, I think Lizzie's asking about the horizontal depth, which, if I'm understanding the dimensions correctly, it looks like it's about a 1/2 inch projection.
That right there.
Because I'm looking at.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking
that piece of metal.
I'm looking at
it's about a half. It's about a 1/2 inch. It's limited by the machining requirements that Schuco has.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I was thinking of the brick mold.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay, so I will note for the record that we did receive letters in advance, which have been distributed to you all on this item, and those include letters of support from New York Passive House, the Passive House Network, and AIA New York Chapter. And I just want to note that the AIA noted in their letter that they do not testify on specific applications anymore. So some of us remember days when they used to come in and testify, and they don't anymore as a matter of practice, unless they are concerned that the application is precedent setting. And so for this reason, they sent comments on this particular project's goals to balance sustainability, accessibility, and historic context. Okay. So if there are no other questions, I think we might move to our discussion. And so commissioners, I'm starting to unmute all of you so we can begin our discussion. So, as was presented, the last time we saw this application, we saw, like many window applications where we've approved a change in configuration or operation, where the majority of the windows have been replaced prior to designation, and there is a restoration component. So in this case, they are proposing to restore the historic configuration, and I think there's willingness to also look at the historic color. And so the last time we saw this, the commissioners were largely supportive of finding a balanced approach for energy efficiency, accessibility, and the historic appropriateness. But we did ask the applicants to work with the manufacturer to see if they could push and refine the details even further, particularly to have a sense of the top sash being in a different plane than the lower sash. And some commissioners asked them to explore a wood material at the ground floor, which is a limestone base of the building. So the application today has been presented. They've worked on both of those comments. They're now proposing a wood window at the ground floor that has just the lower sash as the operable sash, which is like the windows we've approved on so many other buildings. And on the upper floors, they have these custom details that they've worked out with their manufacturer in response to our comments. So we'll have our discussion and see if we're there. And, you know, one thing I would note, and thinking about AIA's letter to us and how rarely they do testify, but we have been getting more and more public testimony urging us to consider climate change as a critical component of renovating and adapting historic buildings. And I think it's a sort of a reality that we face. In this case, it's a dorm building and there are many other regulations involved. But I think we have always embraced the notion that preservation and sustainability goals can be very aligned. And I think that that is something we're going to be seeing more and more of, and that we will be hearing more and more from the public and certainly from our counterparts in the city. So with that, let's begin our discussion. Commissioner Holford-Smith, would you like to start this one?
Sure. Well, I think they've done a really good job of addressing our concerns. I think I was one of the commissioners who was concerned about the wood windows on the ground floor. So I'm glad to see that they were able to find a window that meets their environmental concerns as well as our aesthetic appropriateness concerns. I think for the upper floor windows, the brick mold is the deeper brick mold is much more in keeping with what the original profile would have been. And I think that the additional section they've added to the upper portion to make it look more like a real double hung does help. I mean, it's only half an inch, so it's not a huge amount, but I understand that there are limits in manufacturing. So all in all, I can find this appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapin?
I agree with all of Commissioner Holford-Smith's comments, and I think that this is a good solution to using the passive house technology, and at the same time presenting something that can appear as an appropriate building and an appropriate treatment for this building in the district. So I can approve it.
Okay, Commissioner Goldblum?
No disagreement.
Commissioner Devonshire?
So fine.
Commissioner Chen?
Likewise, yeah.
Commissioner Bland?
I agree. I even wonder if this might become a model that we can use for other applications that are seeking this level of sustainability, because I think what they've done to customize this approach with this manufacturer is really very interesting. It reminds me of what happened, 20 or 25 years ago, when none of the window manufacturers were doing anything that remotely worked with landmarks. And then I forgot the name of the company. I think I can remember, but it's irrelevant. They started to do it. And they sort of cornered the market for a while, as I remember. But it was a great thing that they realized there was a market for a new kind of window. As if there are a few windows in New York City that are, regulated by landmarks. In any event, I think this could be useful for us going forward as a model.
Agree. And I really do appreciate the applicant. I know they had worked very, very hard before they even came to the public hearing, but to be able to go back and push the manufacturer even further, I think results in a better solution for the building. But as you said, hopefully will move the industry as well. Commissioner Lutfi?
I agree. I think it's appropriate.
And Commissioner Gustafson?
Yeah, I agree it's appropriate, but just to, perhaps to reiterate the nature of Commissioner Bland's comment, our ability to respond to climate change issues has a lot to do with manufacturers and vendors providing alternative products that meet more than just climate change standards, but ours as well. So it is a two-way street. I think that we are obviously concerned and interested in getting ourselves to the point of being as green as we can in our historic buildings. But we need we need help from those who actually make the products.
Great, thank you. And I think, again, this was a great step and hopefully will set a model for the manufacturers. Commissioner Shamir Barron?
Yes, I agree with all of the other comments, appropriate.
Okay, all right, so I think we are ready to make a motion. Commissioner Holford Smith, would you make the motion?
Yes. In the matter of LPC 22-04322, 35 Fifth Avenue in the Greenwich Village Historic District. A neo-federal style hotel building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1925. The application is to replace windows and install rooftop mechanical equipment. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I also note that the proposed work is driven by requirements of Local Law 97 of the New York City Climate Mobilization Act, which requires buildings larger than 25,000 square feet to meet strict greenhouse gas emissions limits through building retrofits starting in 2024, and that historic buildings are not exempt from compliance. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the vast majority of original double-hung wood windows were replaced with steel casement windows in the 1960s, prior to designation of the historic district, resulting in a non-historic appearance for much of the life of the building. That the proposed high-performance triple glazed metal windows will closely match the historic windows in terms of configuration and finish, and will include new profiled brick molds to match the original detail, returning the building closer to its original appearance. That the change in operation of the windows to in-swinging hopper or casement, limited to a 4-inch tilt-in at most of the windows, will accommodate accessibility, energy performance, and other code requirements, and will only be perceptible when the sash is open. That the glazing in the upper sash will be in a different plane from the glazing in the lower sash, and with the inclusion of additional trim pieces at the upper sash, will recall the appearance of the historic offset window sashes. That the simulated double-hung windows and brick molds of the ground floor, which are most easily viewed from the street, will closely match the wood material, details, configuration, and finish of the historic windows, and the difference between those and the metal windows at the upper stories will not call undue attention to themselves, given that both window types will have matching configurations and finish. That the proposed rooftop mechanical equipment will only be visible from a distance and at a significant height when viewed from multiple vantage points around the site. That the mechanical equipment and screening will be the minimum height required by code and will feature a neutral gray finish that will allow the installation to recede from view, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the historic district.
And Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 10 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Right, that's approved. Thank you. Good luck, and would look forward to seeing the end result and seeing how it looks on the building. Okay, we'll move to the next public meeting item.
All right, the next public meeting item is item number 2, LPC 22-06581, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1409, lot 68, 112 East 75th Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a modern style synagogue building designed by Schumann and Lichtenstein and built in 1964 to 68. The application is to alter the facade, enclose the recessed ground floor, and replace windows. This was last presented at the public hearing of March 1st, 2022. No action was taken at that time. Staff will do a brief introduction before turning it over to the applicant after we open the proceedings.
Okay, and let's go ahead and do that now. Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to open the proceedings?
So moved.
And Commissioner Gustafson, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the applicants may begin after the staff introduces the project, and I just want to note for the record that Commissioner Bland is recused on this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. James Rusiello, Preservation Department staff. Oops. Okay. At the public hearing of March 1st, the Commissioners were comfortable with the concept of enclosing the ground floor, but were asked to study the placement and details of the enclosure and interior vestibules to preserve the transparency of what will become an interior space. The Commissioners supported the proposal to replace the windows with new windows of a different operation. The applicants are here to walk you through the changes they've made.
Okay, Commissioners, the applicants are here. Stephen, you do have control of the presentation. You just need to click on your screen, and then you can advance the slides using your arrow keys. Please state your name for the record before you begin.
Hi, this is Stephen McHale from Vanderbilt. I'm also joined by Liz Lieber from BBB as well. Thank you very much for indulging our second presentation on this topic. As James mentioned, and also Mr. Harala, that we were here on the 1st of March. We presented windows and the enclosure at that time. I'm just presenting the enclosure of the ground floor this morning on the understanding that the windows were universally accepted at that hearing. I also noticed that there are several commissioners here this morning that were not present at the first presentation. So I will also sort of recap some of the background for the building for everybody's sort of shared benefit at the start of this before diving into the changes that we have made. Specifically, we've been asked to respond to points about the relationship of the enclosed space to the street, the transparency and reading of the void and the floating mass that were part of the composition of the original facade. And given that we are enclosing space that was currently on the exterior, wanted to provide a little bit more information on the interior finishes and lighting that will be employed, understanding that, you know, as this is currently the exterior, this is an area of interest to the Commission as well, even though it is interior to the building. We are situated between Park Avenue and Lexington on 175th Street within the Upper East Side Historic District, outlined there in green. This was building was, as was noted, built in the late 60s. Previously, the site was occupied by what was noted as an urban garage, probably built by Park Avenue before the railroads were depressed below Park Avenue, and this fluctuating nature of the block, as it's described in the report, is sort of evident in the street, in particular with respect to our building that we're discussing today. Temple Israel, noted as the most unusual building on the block itself. The LPC designation report from 1981 describes it as a modern building, and notices an opening of the ground floor with a recessed curved wall and blank wall at the building 9 for 3 stories above. The picture to the right shows the building in 1984. This is actually from the National Historic report as opposed to the LPC one, but shows the building in its generally unmodified state after construction. We're showing 2 images here, renderings that were developed before the building was built, and you can kind of notice the tripartite massing to the facade with sort of curved volumes atop and below, and a very sort of solid plain facade rising up above the street itself. And in these two, you can kind of see one of the sort of dichotomies that we're confronted with here. You know, in one instance, on the view on the right, you can see that the void is quite express. It's a deep recess, but on the view at the bottom, maybe a little bit more aspirational in terms of its lighting. The presence of the drum that encloses the sanctuary itself is more expressed. Here we have a picture from just as the building was approaching completion, showing it in its more pristine state, without a fence in front. A fence was erected for security purposes in the 90s, and I'm going to kind of quickly flick through these aerial views, which again, just to help situate us within the Upper East Side district itself and the building between its pre-war residential neighbors on 75th Street. And talk a little bit more about the design of the enclosure itself. The slide shows the original drawings for the building. And we've noted the two entrances, the existing entrances. There's a more principal entrance on the right of the page on the west side of the street, and a more secondary entrance on the left of the page. So there is already a sort of imbalance, so to speak, a weighting of the facade towards the right or the west-hand side of the page. And these entrances are currently quite deep set within the facade itself. As mentioned, in the early 90s, a fence was erected, almost in plane, just 4 inches set back from the face of the stone facade up above. That stone facade is aligned with the property line of the building itself. And as we can see in the existing sort of street level views, with the fence in place as it is currently today, and moving behind the fence itself, we see what is referred to as the courtyard space. This is a space which is heavily used as weather permits by the synagogue, but you can see how there's been an accretion of ad hoc changes over the years. There's a temporary security booth and folding tables in view on the right-hand side of this slide. On the left-hand side, in the background, there's an enclosure for storing trash and other things near the secondary entrance. Oops, and where possible, furniture is sort of laid out, but given the sort of sloping nature and exposure to the exterior, there's a limit to what is possible in this space currently. We're showing here the ground floor plan as existing, with the fence almost along the property line on the sidewalk. Over the years, the jointing pattern of the sidewalk has changed, so we no longer have that sort of continuity of material flowing between the sidewalk and the courtyard space itself. You can see the deeply recessed entrances as they currently exist, and sort of the main entrance to the temple and the sanctuary quite deep within the building at the moment. You can also see there's a sort of limited circulation space around the sanctuary itself on the interior side. And jumping quickly to our sort of proposed floor plan, I'll get into a little bit more of the details in a second. I think the main point here is what our enclosure permits is us to completely circumnavigate the sanctuary on the interior and provide a much more commodious space for gathering before and after services and life cycle events, and also for ad hoc use by the nursery school and religious school that operates in the building during the week. Looking in a little bit more detail at the existing condition, one of the challenges that we face is a significant level change between the west side of the facade and the east side of the facade, where the sidewalk drops about 1 foot and 3 inches overall along the length of that facade. There's also a level change to negotiate between the finished floor in the interior and the sidewalk itself. And while on the principal entrance side we have a gentle 1% slope, which is perfectly manageable, as we move towards the east and the sidewalk slopes down, we're confronted with a 4.3% cross slope, exceeding the 2% permitted by code and accessibility. And at the secondary entrance, we're confronted with a 5.5% slope, which also exceeds the 5% maximum for a sloped surface without any guardrails in the line of travel. So as a result of that, when we've been looking at the proposed, we've had to sort of negotiate that change in elevation between the interior and the exterior. When we were here previously, we presented a design which had a solid walls enclosing an entry vestibule on the principal side. And what is not shown in this image at the moment, we also had opaque drapes hanging in the storefront along the front of the building. In response to questions about transparency and an effort to sort of maximize transparency through the facade, to reveal the curve and shape of the drum that encloses the sanctuary with its dalle de verre windows and travertine panel walls. We've changed the enclosure from the vestibule on the principal entrance to be glazed. And you'll see in a second on the other side, we have removed the curtains in favor of sort of a translucent woven mesh roller shade that's recessed into the ceiling. The layout in this area is heavily dictated by our need to negotiate that level change. So on the principal entrance, we have a 3-foot sort of landing platform, a 5% slope, which equates to 9 feet overall, and another 5-foot platform inside the interior doors of the vestibule, being the narrowest of the minimal code compliant layout that is achievable. Similarly, on the secondary entrance side, we've sought to make this as compact and unobtrusive as possible, but still maintain clearances, for code and just for circulation and managing incoming deliveries and such. And also we are enclosing sort of mechanical and shaft space in this area, which really dictates what is possible at this location. As I mentioned before, we want to make sure that there's sort of a comfortable circulation all around the sanctuary itself, and provide space in this area here off the main route that allows for informal setups for Oneg Shabbat, for example, or for breakout use by nursery school or religious school, as the case may be. We have maintained a 18-inch setback of the glazing from the property line as previously presented, believing that all things considered, this achieves a good balance between our goals of sort of respecting the separation of the elements and the reveal of the shadow line created by the heavy mass up above, and creating a welcoming, secure and usable space all year round for the synagogue on the interior. And this is how it presents itself in elevation to us. However, the views in 3 dimensions and running format are more revealing. Here we can see the existing condition with the existing fence almost in plane with the floating facade up above, creating a somewhat foreboding presence on the street. This is the view as presented previously, and updated. The changes that we've made on the interior, however, really reveal themselves when we go to a more nighttime view. We find this is, when this kind of play between whether the void or the mass of the drum reads more clearly takes place over the course of a day. You can see how drapes and a solid partition in the vestibule, when removed, create far greater visibility of the drum and allow us to highlight the enclosure, the travertine walls, the dalle de verre windows as well. And you can, zooming in just a little bit to that entrance, you can observe just how much more is revealed of the interior with these moves that we have made since we last presented to you. With respect to the interior finishes themselves, we went back and had a look at the intent for the ceiling design in the original. You can see how the lighting was arranged in a radial pattern. in the original drawings. However, whether it was ever implemented or things changed over the years, we're not entirely sure, but we just know that that is not the case today. And the lighting in this exterior courtyard at the moment is more dictated by needs of security than it is for creating an ambiance or atmosphere, or for, you know, highlighting the architecture of the building itself. So we're proposing to retain this, you know, radial orientation for the light fixtures in the circulating areas around. And we're also complementing that with, you know, a continuous linear cove around the sanctuary to create a wash over the travertine walls, additional hidden cove lights to illuminate both in front and backlight the dalle de verre windows. And we have, as previously presented, a continuous linear cove light on the underhang of the facade, just to create a sort of a gentle wash of light on the sidewalk in front of the building in the evenings. And we have recessed roller shades behind the facade instead of hanging drapes in front behind the glazing. You can see that the light fixtures are chosen more to be unobtrusive, so that, you know, what they are illuminating is the focus and not the light fixtures themselves. And having a look at our, I caught myself going a little bit out of order. Okay. We've also received some comments about sort of transparency, the glazing system itself, and some of the materials used in the elevations, and just wanted to briefly talk about these more and show some explorations that were done more to sort of clarify where we have landed as opposed to anything else. But one question that arose is there's currently a granite base proposed in the design, because we do have to negotiate a level change with a finished floor on the interior that is higher than the sidewalk outside as we enclose the interior. And we were also asked to look at the glazing system and to see if there's any way that the ballistically rated glazing that is employed across the facade can be reduced in weight visually. And with respect to the granite base, we didn't really want to introduce too many new materials. We really wanted to keep the material palette as limited and quiet as possible. One thought was to extend the material of the framing of the glazing system down. And you know, we have reservations about this because it's not as durable a material as the stone, the granite that we have proposed, and feel that the granite maintains like a nice, quiet interface with the sidewalk itself. We also wondered if the glazing itself could be brought down past, and experimented with a graduated frit that would fade from opaque to translucent, moving up the facade to conceal this step in level between interior and exterior, but felt that this was perhaps distracting and not, you know, as an introduction of yet another color or material to the facade that was perhaps unnecessary. Another thing that we looked at was a question about whether or not the glazing system itself could use either butt jointed or silicon glazed system. A butt jointed system is not available to us in a ballistically rated system. A silicon glazed is, but the intervals at which we need mullions, because there is no secure cap, increases. And so we would have to pretty much double the number of mullions here. And we felt that the increase in the number of mullions would be more distracting than maximizing the panel sizes as we've done previously. We did hear that low iron glass is something that should be investigated, and we can confirm that we've reached out to our manufacturers, and low iron glazing is available to us and will be specified as part of this. And so to kind of sum up, you know, just presenting the finishes palette with these added items on the interior that we hadn't shown previously, the woven mesh for the shades, white light acoustic plaster ceiling, cementitious. I mean, the existing cementish will match the color an aggregate of the existing terrazzo and extend that into the floor surface in the newly enclosed space as well. And I think we just, at this point, like to sort of leave you with the proposal where we can see a significant sort of increase in the visibility through the facade by the changes that we have made to the interior partitions and window treatments. And would like to hear sort of any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. We do have one question so far. Commissioner Shamir Barron, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks. I was not here for the previous presentation. I just clarify for me, the original design did or did not have in plan, or I didn't see the plan, so any vestibules within this kind of courtyard. It was entirely open. Is that correct?
The vestibules were recessed deeper within the plan of the building itself. So there was no vestibule per se on the secondary entrance. It was just a door straight to the interior. On the primary entrance, recessed about 40 feet or so, there was a vestibule, but not at the facade.
No, so in other words,
the street line.
Nowhere where you currently show vestibules, there were not any vestibules nor mechanical protrusions or anything. It was absolutely clear walls. Right?
Where we show the vestibules at the moment, there was a mechanical, like an air intake on the eastern corner, but otherwise it was open in the original design.
Okay, and those things like, and did they deal with programs like security desk or anything in their original plan?
They did not. The security desk, the security requirements are something that have increased over the years. It's perhaps a little sad that the security requirements are as much as they currently are today, but the original design did not anticipate that or provide for that, which is why we see in the current condition there's a temporary sort of prefabricated security booth and fold-out tables used by the synagogue to execute their security program and checks and so on and so forth for people entering and leaving the building.
And one more time, explain the difference to me between what's going on, the entry vestibule versus the security vestibule.
Sure. On the, maybe I could jump back to a plan if that would perhaps be a little bit more succinct. We can get there. Here we go. Yes, this is our proposed plan. So the primary entrance on the west side, we come into the doors. It is a sort of enclosed vestibule. There's a security desk. There are magnetometers located here as well. And so this is primarily where members of the synagogue and visitors enter and leave the building. And so all of that function is contained, all of the security checks are contained within the space of the vestibule itself. I did mention that we have a ballistically rated facade, and the line of that ballistic rating is the line of the glazing at the front of the building. So once past these doors, you are within the protected environment. On the secondary side, the size of the doors here are really dictated by egress needs. We are calling this a secondary entrance. It leads into a public area. We have a public circulation route that circumnavigates the sanctuary, but this is the entrance that will be used for deliveries, so on and so forth, because it also has the quickest route or access to stairs and elevators, which are located on the east side of the plan. And we've sought as much as possible to tighten this up and make it as kind of discreet and unobtrusive as possible. In this location here, I mentioned there's an existing air intake vent here. That air intake is being rerouted to louvers, both within the new facade and elsewhere in the building. And there's mechanical equipment that serves the newly enclosed space down here as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and the security vestibule on the right, the main one, that 15.6, is that the minimal? You can't bring it to the other dimension, whatever that is, 10, 11?
No, the reason we need an accessible entrance, so we need a sloped surface rather than steps to get into and out of the building. Between the clearances you need at the top and at the bottom of that slope and the length of the slope that we need to make up the change in level, this is as tight as we've been able to get this dimension here. And it is dictating quite a bit of our layout.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, I'm not seeing any other questions, so I will just note for the record that we did receive a letter from the Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts in support of the application, in fact, in support of the revised proposal as well. So I think if there are no other questions, we'll begin our discussion. So commissioners, I'm going to start sending you requests to unmute. So look for those. And, you know, I think that the last time we saw this, not everybody was present, but we had a presentation, a full presentation on the windows on the upper floors and this installation to replace the fence at the ground floor. And at the time, the windows, just to remind you all, or to let those of you who weren't here know that the big change in the windows is really to go from a hopper window to an awning window. So it's a change in operation, but the commissioners were very comfortable with the configuration and the details and the finish that were presented last time, and noting that it's also a higher portion of the building. But the commission did ask applicants to, I think, you know, they were sympathetic and understanding of the idea of creating an enclosed, a glazed enclosure, because the space has already been enclosed with a fence. And we did note that the commission would retain jurisdiction of the interior, what would become interior space, should the commission approve the glass wall. And I think that was also a factor considered. But they did ask the applicants to explore ways to enhance the transparency, excuse me, and ask them to think about other buildings that were originally designed with open undersides and later enclosed, such as the Calhoun School project that the commission approved several years ago. So they looked at the Calhoun School. The Calhoun School glazing that we approved is set back 15.5 inches from the plane of the facade. This is set back 18 inches. So they are set back deeper than the wall we approved at Calhoun, which I would also note is a sort of prominently sited building at a corner. So we had two facades and a corner to address there. In addition, they have changed the window treatments on the interior to maximize transparency. They've modified the solid wall of the main entry vestibule to be glazed to provide a clear view from the outside through it into the interior, into the interior wall with the stained glass. And they've enhanced the lighting to make it more visible and transparent than it is now with the fence. And it's quite dark behind the fence. And finally, they have changed the glazing to a low iron glass to also enhance the transparency. So they've taken a number of measures to respond to the comments about the commission's, you know, goals to be able to see more clearly into the interior even than you can now. So we'll go ahead and start our discussion. And Commissioner Devonshire, you were here at the last public hearing, and I think we're comfortable with the windows last time, and I just wanted to see how you were feeling now with the changes they've made to the ground floor.
I remain comfortable.
Okay, great.
Approvable.
Thanks. Commissioner Chen?
I wasn't here at the last hearing for this item, but it looks like approvable as well. I agree with Commissioner Devonshire.
Okay, Commissioner Lutfi?
I wasn't here either, but I do want to just say that I'm so delighted to see the glazing here instead of the fence. It beautifully opens up the ground floor, and the visibility looks wonderful, doesn't detract in any way from what's there. And I just love seeing windows, and I'm glad that we're going to retain our jurisdiction over it. I can approve this.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Gustafson?
Yeah, I'm fairly confident I actually was here last time.
Yes, you were.
I think Sarah's comment at the end there was the critical one for me. Seeing the visibility of that drum is really the number one concern. And I think it actually, with the completion of this project, it will be more clearly visible than it is in the current condition. So, and I think they responded to all of our comments quite nicely. So I think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shamir Barron?
Well, I don't know how it is that anybody ever saw, was there a quorum? Because I also was not there, but I'm sure there was. I think it's a major change to the original design. I understand all of the issues. I think that there's a little bit of a kind of a redundancy, contradiction, the addition of the vestibules and the glazing, but then the opacity of the glazing over the vestibules. I mean, I might have thought it might be even more interesting if the vestibules were entirely necessary, if they could have been made out of more transparent glass, maybe, so that the whole thing was kind of completely open, even if there was program inside of those vestibules. When seen from the exterior, you can read the drum, and it is a significant change. But I think the fact that the glass is kind of continuous, that the line is continuous, that it's set back just to the dimension of the masonry back, allows for it to still read as a kind of a floating mass above above a great long opening at the street level. So, I recognize it's a huge change, but I think it is an acceptable one, and I find it appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith?
Yes, I don't think I was at this last hearing.
Right. I know.
But I appreciate the effort they have taken to minimize the opacity of this new wall. And having done similar kind of work with other similar institutions, I recognize how difficult it is to incorporate ballistic glass and security desks and things. And so I think what they've done is very sensitive and minimal as they could make it. So even though it's obviously a change to the original architecture, I can find it appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin, you were here last time.
Yes, I was, and it's a sad necessity to have to do some of these security measures, but obviously they have to be done. And I think that this, they've done this quite successfully, and that it's going to preserve and even enhance, as Commissioner Gustafson mentioned. I think in many ways it will enhance the ability to see the courtyard area, which is very lovely when you walk past it. So I can approve this.
Okay, Commissioner Goldblum.
I was here last time, and I remember being here last time. I think that it is appropriate. It's got so many. It is such a radical change for the design of the building and for the intent of how the building reads on the street. I personally don't think that Calhoun came out as well as I would have hoped. So the depth for me is problematic here as well. But I see why they did it, and I don't think it renders it inappropriate. I think that the choices that they made about the detailing, the base, granite base, the reversing of the layout of the security vestibule, have all been improvements. I think the most important improvement for me is the RCP, seeing the lighting that's consistent with the drum, seeing the cove light that pulls out the drum, and the removal of the curtain, all are significant in highlighting drum to the public going forward. I don't think it's, I'm sad about it, but I think it's appropriate.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you all. Okay, so I think we can go ahead and make our motion to approve it. Commissioner Devonshire, would you make the motion? Commissioner,
In the matter of 112 East 75th Street, the Upper East Side Historic District, an application to alter the facade and close the recessed ground floor and replace windows, I recommend approval. Finding that the replacement of the window assemblies of the upper drum will not eliminate any significant architectural or historical features. That the proposed window assemblies will match the existing windows in terms of configuration, material, and finish. The change in window operations from a combination of hopper and awning to single awning will not distract from the building's fenestration and will be in keeping with the operation of windows found on buildings of this age and type. The two sets of bronze entry doors to be removed are set back deeply under the ground floor overhang and cannot be appreciably seen from the sidewalk. Therefore, their elimination will not detract from the building's appearance as seen from the public thoroughfare. That removing the commission-approved decorative fencing will eliminate a feature that is neither original nor historic. That the proposed glazed curtain wall will be more transparent than the fencing and set back 18 inches to maintain the primacy and visual weight of the masonry wall, while creating a usable lobby space, security and entrance vestibules, and better circulation supporting the programmatic requirements of the synagogue. That the glazed central section of the enclosure and one wall of the security vestibule will preserve views of the Dal de Verre sanctuary windows. That the new radial terrazzo flooring within the newly enclosed interior space will correspond to the curve of the sanctuary wall. That the materials and details of the curtain wall, including bronze-colored metal framing and granite curving, are simple in design and harmonious with the materials and details of the building above. That the clean lines of the integral lighting at the exposed soffit beneath the floating facade and the abstract geometric printed screens at the end of the curtain wall will relate well to the modern facade. That the interior lighting will enhance the visibility of the sanctuary drum. That the commission will retain jurisdiction over the original exterior of the building that is being enclosed within the lobby and the space between the new glass enclosure and the original exterior. And the work will not detract from the special architectural historic character of the building or the Upper East Side Historic District.
thank you. Commissioner Chen, would you second that motion?
Second.
Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 9 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
That's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll now move to our public hearing agenda.
It will start with public hearing item number 1, LPC 22-05216, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 386, Lot 32, 184A Bergen Street in the Borum Hill Historic District. This is a modified late Italianate style row house built in 1873 to 74, and the application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and alter the rear facade.
Okay, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. They now have control of the presentation. Ruben, you can advance the slides using your arrow keys or your mouse. Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and then you may begin. So Ruben, you do need to unmute yourself, and you do have control of the presentation. It's the next slide.
Hello. Sorry, I'm having a, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Hi, I'm Ruben Jackson from Archimuse, the architect for the proposed renovation of 184A Bergen Street. There we go. Oop, sorry about this. I'm presenting on behalf of Doug McGovern and Jordan Principe, who purchased the property in July of 2021. I've been working with the Landmark staff to secure the approvals required to restore the property to be used as a single-family home where they intend to reside. Before we begin, I'd like to thank the LPC staff for their guidance through the process and also the members of the community board for reviewing our plans and providing helpful feedback. We're here today to present publicly to the LPC on our plans, which we believe will restore this historic home to its full potential in a way that will accommodate the living requirements of the owner's growing family, but will also be in a manner that is appropriate to the neighborhood context, be well precedented in prior LPC approvals in the neighborhood, and in no way will detract from the special architectural character of the building or the Burham Hill Historic District. To begin, this slide shows historic photos of the building and the primary facade as it stands today. As you can see, the exterior has not been significantly modified, but is in immediate need of restorative work, which we will coordinate with LPC staff. Next slide shows the existing conditions in the rear of the house. And slide 4 shows some additional context in the backyard. In the photos, you can see the mix of building heights, extensions, and patio decks that characterize the interior of the block. Next slide shows where the building sits within the Burham Hill Historic District. And this next slide shows a satellite view of the block. We'll pause on this slide in order to make a few observations. First of all, the building is narrow, less than 20 feet wide, and is also shallow at only 40 feet deep. The lot, however, is 100-foot depth. So it's a narrow, shallow house with an unusually deep backyard that is oversized relative to the house. Second, the interior block is characterized by a mix of 1-, 2-, and 3-story extensions. There's a cluster of extensions on the Hoyt Street at the end of the block to the left, including a 3-story extension at 150 Bergen Street that is visible from Hoyt and was recently approved by the LPC. There's also a cluster of 1- and 2-story extensions on Bond to the right side of the block, including a 2-story extension at 183 Wyckoff that is visible from Bond Street. Lastly, you'll notice there are vacant gaps in the block on Bond Street and Wyckoff, which creates some modest visibility of the interior of the block, including the rear of 184A Bergen. The slide A is just a section of the property as it exists today. You can see the depth of the building is a little less than 40 feet. Dimension is 40 feet. Next slide shows the scope of the changes that we're proposing. First, 2-story, 10-foot rear extension to increase the depth of the garden and parlor levels of the house from 40 to 50 feet. And second, a rooftop extension that would be the width of the building, 14 feet front to back, and 8 feet with an 8-foot interior finished ceiling height as required by code. These two axonometric drawings of the proposed plans, in terms of function, the purpose of the 10-foot extension is to create more living space for the owner's family, which includes children and potential live-in parents and grandparents. We note that original plans presented to the community board included a 15-foot extension. And one of the comments we received was that they would like to see this depth reduced to 10 feet to be consistent and flush with the neighbor's extensions and other extensions on the block. We have made this change to be responsive so as not to diminish the central green space of the block. We think the 10-foot extension is relatively minimal in the context of a 100-foot lot depth and is consistent with the size of historic rear additions such as T-porches. Lastly, please note the enlarged opening of the second floor to create French doors to accommodate doors onto the rear extension occupied deck on top. On the rooftop extension, the proposed rooftop addition is to be set back as much as possible from both the front and rear facades. Another comment from the community board was around visibility of the rooftop addition. To address this concern, we've made the addition as small as possible. We've set it back as far as possible from the front to remove any visibility of the extension from Bergen in the front. And we've also moved it back from the rear of the building as much as possible to reduce visibility from the gaps on Bond and Wyckoff Street. And we still need to maintain access from the lower floors with a stair in the middle. The active chimneys on the roof will be raised in accordance with building codes to be 3 feet high above the rooftop extension. We have offset the chimneys to the extension, and we'll use the same color metal to minimize visibility. Ladders will also be added to the addition for fire access to be consistent with code. Lastly, we've added metal fins to create a brise soleil sunshade to the back of the rooftop extension in order to minimize any potential glare from the southern exposed windows. This was another concern raised by the community board, that the glass windows of the extension could result in glare at different times of the day. The brise soleil is meant to mitigate this possibility. The elevations, the existing and proposed elevation of the building. Just note that the elevation would never really be seen from public areas. Only the very tops of the flue extensions would be visible. Slide 12 shows the existing rear elevation. And the next slide shows the proposed rear elevation. The elevation shows the rear and rooftop additions and the proposed enlarged door openings on the second floor. The next slide shows some samples of the materials that we plan to use, as well as rendering in color to give better sense as to what the renovation will look like. The mock-up is pictures the mock-up we constructed in preparation for these hearings, which has been on public display since mid-March. LPC staff has come to see the mock-up, and we believe we have complied with all required public notice. The next slide shows the visibility from Bergen Street. These two photos are in Bergen on the far side of Bond, looking back west towards 184A. As you can see, the raised chimneys are only minimally visible from certain points on Bergen Street and will only be seen, if at all, in combination with other existing chimneys on the block. The next slide shows more views from Bergen right across the street from the property, where you can see the raised flues are barely visible. Turning to Bond Street, this view is the maximum point of visibility of the back of 184 Bergen as it exists today. You can see the red brick building to the left of the white in the gap created by a small vacant lot being used as a parking lot. The context here is that from this point of the block, your eyes are drawn to the 4-story apartment building to the left and the 1,000-foot Brooklyn Tower and other skyscrapers of downtown Brooklyn to the right. The next slide shows the same view of the rendering of the proposed renovation. You'll note the eyes are drawn to the much more prominent buildings in the foreground and background. We've also shown a blown-up rendering in the right, where we remove the trees to give you a sense of what you can't really see in the picture, which was taken during winter. You'll also note that from this same vantage point, one can see the side of 2-story extension on 183 Wyckoff, just off to the left of the 4-story building. Coincidentally, this vantage point is directly in front of 163 Bond Street, which had a rooftop penthouse extension and 2-story rear extension approved by LPC last year. Slide 20, we've included a photo progression montage of the actual mock-up to show how limited the vantage point is. In the progression, the additions are not visible at point 1, minimally and obliquely visible at point 2, 5 steps away, and again, not visible at point 3, 5 steps further. Slide 21 shows the view of the rendering from Wyckoff Street through another gap in the block plan. There are trees obscuring this view again, even in wintertime, but in order to show that the addition would look like, we've shown a blown-up illustration of the rooftop extension in the lower right, as seen between the fire escape balconies. Slide 22, we've included another photo progression montage of the actual mock-up to show the limited vantage point. Again, the additions are not visible at point 1, minimally visible at an oblique angle at point 2, 5 steps away, and again, not visible at point 3, 5 steps further away. On the next slide, we illustrate a few precedents for two-story rear additions. We worked with LPC staff to find some of the most comparable examples to share with the commission. 150 Bergen on the upper right is on the same block as our building. It is a three-story LPC approved extension. 185 and 187 Dean Streets are two-story extensions viewable from Bond Street, approved by the LPC, that are 1 block away from our building. 163 Bond Street is a two-story extension viewable from Wyckoff Street, approved by the LPC, that is also 1 block away from our building. 183 Wyckoff is a two-story extension that may predate historic district designation, but is in our backyard and viewable from Bond Street. Slide 24 shows a couple of rooftop addition precedents that we identified with the help of LPC staff. 26 Tompkins Street is an LPC approved rooftop addition in the Cobble Hill Historic District that has visibility across a secondary facade from multiple vantage points. 178 Dean Street is an LPC approved rooftop extension in Burham Hill Historic District, 1 block away from 184A Bergen, that has a rooftop extension that is visible from Bond Street and also has raised chimney extensions that are clearly viewable from the primary facade on Dean Street. Lastly, page 25, we show a couple of contextual pictures in our neighborhood to show the mix of chimney, mechanical fixtures, extensions that are visible throughout the Burham Hill Historic District through gaps along cross streets. The picture on the left, for example, is the view from the front steps of 184A Bergen towards the backs of homes on Bond Street. Given this context, we believe our renovations are appropriate and very much in the character of the neighborhood. The next 6 slides show the floor plans for the interior renovation. We'd be happy to provide additional details if helpful. With that, we conclude our presentation and hand it over to the commissioners to ask any questions. Slide. Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Goldblum, please go ahead.
I might have missed it, but did you identify any other rooftop additions on this block or across the street in your site plan? I didn't see that identified as such.
No, they're within a block. The Dean Street penthouse is the one that was identified by LPC staff to use as a precedent.
But on this block, there are no rooftop additions at this time?
No, there are no penthouses on our side of the block. No.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chapin?
I had a similar question to Michael's. Are there any on the other side of the block? You said there are not any on your side of the block. Are there, because you're also referencing 2 stories on the other side. How about the other side of the block? Are there any rooftop additions you're aware of?
Across the street on Bergen, I don't believe there are any that have been approved. I don't think there have been any. In any case, there are multiple within a block of our house that may predate designation by very short amount, and some that the one on Dean Street that we highlighted.
I'm kind of looking at I think I understand the case you made about the visible additions. I was just looking, I think as Michael was, for within the block that you're in, are you the first rooftop addition to the best, apparently, or not? In other words, I'm talking about the block that is enclosed by Bergen Street, Bond Street, Wyckoff, and Hoyt. Are you within that block? Are you the first rooftop addition, or are there other rooftop additions? Whether or not they were approved by the commission, I'm looking at the sense of the block, so to speak.
Right.
It was a little hard to, I think that go ahead.
There are a few bulkheads farther to the west on our block, but I don't think they're qualifiable as a penthouse. I think they're bulkheads.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, I'm not seeing any questions at this time, so we will now take public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to testify on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And as always, we'll start with anyone who signed up in advance and then move to everyone else. But in either case, please raise your hand. And with that, I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
Alrighty, thank you. So for my signups, I have Michelle Arbalou from Historic District Council. Michelle, you should be receiving a request from me right now. Okay, Michelle, I see you have accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic. Unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, Michelle Arbalou for the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this proposal to be generally appropriate and in scale with other additions to this district. We wonder whether the pair of French doors on the second floor would be better left alone as a single door or align the new pair of doors to the center line of the masonry pier on the third floor. We would also note that the termination of the wall of the extension lacks sufficient detail for us to understand how the architect is handling this important condition. We would encourage the applicant to work with staff to develop the proposed brick detailing to a greater level of resolution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Christina Conroy, you should be receiving a request from me from Victorian Society of New York. All right, Christina, I see you have accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Whoops, and I just need to find my script. Hang on, sorry. Whoops. Okay, sorry. Can't find my script here. I am so sorry. Exit full screen. There we go. Okay. Good morning, commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society. Now, we typically refrain from testifying on rear yard additions that are not visible or minimally visible unless they affect significant features like projecting bays, special windows, or are outliers in their effect on adjacent properties and the rear yard spaces of the block. And we also recognize that allowing such rear yard changes gives the commission a way to be flexible without directly affecting the way historic buildings appear to most of the public as are seen from the street. But this application illustrates the weakness of that approach. Now here we have an intact rear facade, part of a row of buildings with similar rear facades. The pair of tall rear parlor windows, complete with their apparently original 4/4 sash, are part of a building designed as a holistic entity. Now, the similar paired windows at the front and rear parlors must have provided an elegant interior composition. The applicant proposes to remove the historic sash and much intact brick masonry to create an addition whose design could be applied to any building for any purpose, anywhere. There's no stylistic relevance to this house that might mitigate the loss of the original rear wall configuration and materials. Now, limiting the addition to one floor, as the neighbors have, and dropping the sill of one of the windows for access, as the neighbors have, and leaving the two upper floors intact, as the neighbors also have, would mitigate the damage. So that is the approach the Victorian Society recommends. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if we have any hands raised. All right, Thomas Brown and Meg Swidscable, you should be receiving a request from me right now. All right, I see you have accepted my request. You now are able to unmute your mic, please, and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to testify. Okay, I see that you're turning on your camera.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are. We can hear you. Good morning. Just state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Brown. My wife, Meg Swidscable, is beside me, but she hasn't put on her makeup yet today, so she declined to be on camera. I wanted to first applaud the commission's renewed focus on sustainability. And when you think about it, sustaining the historic buildings and the districts would seem to be at the heart of the charter. And also I wanted to comment that as an amateur, I'm surprised by the lack of coordination between the community board, HDC and LPC. so that the objections of one or the other are not really shared until we get to this point in the process, at which point it's generally too late. We need to work together better to sustain these historic buildings and districts. The commission is well aware of our concerns about the LPC policy that encourages adding appendages to historic district buildings over the objections of the neighbors and to the detriment of the neighborhood. We've used the expression death by 1,000 cuts to try to bring to the commissioner's attention that perpetually adding square feet is destroying the quality of life that actually sustains the historic districts. This proposal is a giant precedent-setting stab that was unanimously rejected by the community board, mainly because of the community objections and because it's unlike anything near it. The difference between what the application presented to the community board and what is presented to the commission today is minor, so the major objections remain. It can clearly be seen from two streets, Bond and Wyckoff, plus it is unlike anything around it. This application prominently features the commission's 2018 187 Dean Street mistake and the additional 4-foot incursion granted in 2021 to 185 Dean as excuses for the commission to approve this one. At least a mock-up of the penthouse was required so its damage can be easily seen. These proposed appendages will clearly be seen from both Bond and Wyckoff streets, thereby sacrificing a pristine and lovely 1860 view while setting another unneeded and undesirable precedent that being visible from multiple streets is now okay. We urge the commissioners to reject this application as presented. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just take a glance over and see if I have any more hands raised. And I do not see anyone else who wishes to speak. So I would just like to add, for the record, that Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommends denial of this application due to extreme visibility from Bond Street. And we have received written testimony from the Borum Hill Association recommending that LPC work with the applicant to further reduce the visibility from Bond Street. And we also received 2 letters of support from Bergen Street neighbors. All right, and I will turn it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you, Sasha. Okay, I would like to now turn to the applicant, Mr. Jackson, and see if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard.
As you can see in this slide, the visibility is quite minor, and it really does mix in with the cityscape around it. What is visible around from this vantage point, if you turn slightly to the left, is a large modern extension to a house. There's fire escapes all over the house directly in front of you. The people directly in front of a house that just had an extension and penthouse granted, it does not seem as it doesn't seem as offensive and inappropriate to us as it was described. The rendering is clearly it's very I would invite you to look at the mock-up in person and to see how objectionable it really is on the streetscape that's there.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions, commissioners? All right, I'm going to start sending you requests to unmute. All right, and I do want to just note for the record that staff has, with respect to the question about other additions in the block, the staff has clarified that for me that the commission has approved another addition on this side of the street in this block on the roof of another building, and that one is not visible. And so I know, as we talk about additions in blocks, as you all know, the staff rules that allow staff approvals allow the staff to approve non-visible additions irrespective of the context and without reference to any other, additions that may or may not be on that particular block. But in this case, in response to that question, there is a commission-approved non-visible addition on this side of the street. Okay, so, and I will also say that visibility is not disqualifying. It is one factor that we consider. And the commission does approve visible additions. I think it's really important to recognize that as our city grows, as our population grows, and as people's living trends change, that the historic buildings do need to adapt to be relevant and to continue to be vital parts of our city. And so the commission has a long history of approving change and additions, and in particular, looking at additions whose scale and materials don't detract from the scale and character of the buildings to which they're being added. And in terms of visibility, how visible it is, what you see from that view. So in this case, the addition is a fairly modest in height and size, and you see it as the applicant presented. You see it for a very limited point on two different streets looking through gaps. You don't, as he pointed out, you see it on those diagrams sort of in the middle spot. If you move 5 steps to the left or 5 steps to the right, it becomes no longer visible. And I believe that what we're seeing here is the addition and then that brise-soleil fins, those fins, as well as the angled chimneys. So again, the commission considers visibility and often asks for additions to be minimally visible or incidentally visible or obliquely visible, and treated in a manner that helps them to be recessive in that view. So we'll begin our discussion. For rear yard additions, we do consider the context and the scale of additions, again, regardless of visibility. In this case, there is, from that same view, a little visibility of the top of the addition, primarily, I think, in the winter time. So let's begin our discussion. Commissioner Lutfi, would you start this one?
Did you close the hearing?
Oh, excuse me. Thank you, John. All right, Commissioner Gustafson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
Thank you, John.
So moved.
And Commissioner Shamir Barron, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing's closed, and Commissioner Lutfi, you may begin.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank the applicant for their presentation and the community for their input on it. One thing that was very, that struck me on page 7 is that in many ways, this donut is pretty intact, which I just want to say that I appreciate that very much. That said, close to the Bond Street side, or really from the middle of the block, on this, at 170 down to the end at 190, there are quite a few additions, and they're not that deep. I can appreciate the fact that while I think the width of this building may not be the biggest issue here, it's not for me to decide really. I think the depth of these homes is, they're pretty shallow, and I am very sympathetic about applicants' needs to be able to grow and expand in our modern society. And I appreciate the fact that they are trying to do it in a way that preserves the integrity of this particular donut and does its best or works hard to minimize visibility. So as I said, I think the 10-foot extension is modest. I think the chimneys are minimally visible, although I believe that I would request if there's anything that could be done to make them not visible at all, that would be great. I can appreciate I think it was the community board's concern about glare, which may have impacted the on the rooftop addition, the applicants installing these a structure that had fins, but I find them to be visually out of place, and even with the minimal visibility from the street, it kind of it's distracting, and I think that the applicant should try to work with staff on that to make the that top of that side of the addition much simpler. I also feel that in terms of the rear facade, I don't have a problem with the glazing at the ground level and the level above, but I feel my sense is that we generally like to try to keep the fenestration pattern above that. So while I could accept a door, hello? While I could accept a door at that at the third level, I think it should be a single door and maybe to the right, as opposed to a double sliding door.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Gustafson.
With regard to the rear yard addition, I think that's appropriate as is, modestly sized, and in a and there are it's flanked by others. As far as the visibility of the chimneys are concerned, I'm fine with that. That's not an infrequent occurrence that we encounter. With regard to the rooftop addition, I guess I have a somewhat of a hybrid point of view about it. I understand that there is a precedent that we already approved for doing a rooftop addition on this block, and which I guess if this was the first, I'd be much more doubtful about whether we should approve it. But I do believe that it should be, and I know there are varying degrees of visibility, but being the first in this, one of the first on this block, I would prefer that be completely non-visible. And I think the design with the fins is not appropriate. So a rooftop addition I could accept, but the addition itself should be, in my view, completely non-visible, and the fin design needs rethinking.
Okay, I do think that the addition is not very deep, so I think there isn't room to actually make it completely non-visible, but we'll continue the comments and see where we are. Okay, Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Yes, I don't think that there's anything, egregious in terms of scale or even typology of either the rear yard addition or the rooftop addition. I just think that, as Commissioner Gustafson just said, that in this case, all visibility of the rooftop addition, in my mind, is not acceptable, any visibility. So if that's, as you just noted, Chair Carroll, sort of mean that there can't be a rooftop addition here at all, then I think that's so be it. Not again, and from my perspective, it's not an issue so much of precedent, meaning that this block is pure and that therefore nothing can happen here. I kind of don't think that that's fair when an adjacent block homeowners have an opportunity to build on their roofs. I think though that the issue and the condition of visibility through public thoroughfare is a guiding one, and in this case, the fact that there is absolutely nothing else visible from this view of this interior block makes me think that we should not approve anything visible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holford Smith?
Yes, so I think that the rear addition is acceptable. It's modest depth, aligns with other additions in adjacent neighbors. I think I agree that the double door that's being created is not appropriate, and that we should maintain the original door opening, just as the window opening and drop it down to create a door. To maintain that rhythm of the window openings on that I guess third level. The rooftop addition does give me pause because there are so few in this neighborhood. I would think I would be much more comfortable if it was less visible than this. And I definitely agree that the screening, the fins need to be redesigned, working with staff.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah, I initially was concerned about the two-story rear addition because there are, I think mostly one-story, but I'm, convinced that there are enough other two-story ones on the block that, and the, approach, the T-perch approach, I think that, and that it's kept, in line with other additions. I think that's fine. I can approve that. I also agree with changing that double door to be a single door. If there's some reason it has to be a little wider for handicap purposes or something, it could be perhaps a little wider than the window, but in general, I would suggest that it should be just like we normally permit an extended window to create a door. I have a problem with the rooftop extension. It's not so much the visibility for me as the fact that, as when I asked about it, it was indicated that there really is nothing else but bulkheads on top of roofs in this whole block, which is really unusual. So the combination of it being visible, but also that it's the first one. And even though I consider this fairly modest and set back on both sides, I just don't feel comfortable with approving this rooftop addition. I can approve the rest of the proposal with the comments that I made.
Okay, and I think just to clarify, I think as I stated, the staff can approve non-visible rooftop additions, even if there are no other additions in the block and it's the very first one. So I wondered if your comments about this being the first one meaning that it's the first one that's visible. And that's because I think that was someone else's comment, that because it's visible and it would be the first one or only one that's visible.
The answer is that. So the answer is the staff could be approving other ones without our permission.
That's right.
I hear you.
Without your
knowing. But
Okay. All right. I get it. Okay, Commissioner Goldblum.
I'll think about it. Okay, thank you.
Well. As someone who was never a fan of that particular staff rule, I recognize it and grapple with it myself. And I think that the reason that I personally shared Diana's view of the situation with the rooftop addition has to do with a different criterion apart from visibility, which is overall bulk and the retention of the historic form of the building. And when you have a relatively pristine block like this one, the tolerance, in my view, for variation of that volume to something that could be considered overwhelming. Hold on a second, let's turn that on. Sorry about that. Is tighter. The limits are tighter, I think. And I think that when an applicant comes forward to propose something that does need a commission level review because of its total bulk, right? That's why these kind of additions are shown to us, because it's a rear yard plus a rooftop, plus the visibility. I think that the bulk alone would urge me to find a rooftop addition in this condition to be inappropriate. I agree with everything that Diana and Ann said about the rear yard addition. I think that for me, the most important aspect of that center window is the arched top, which is very conspicuous and very regular in this block. And it is kind of unfair, I guess. I could see why a homeowner could view it that way, but part of I think the job of judging something as appropriate is an analysis of the context. And if the context is extraordinarily uniform, then what is appropriate goes down, is more limited. And I think that's how I look at this particular situation.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Devonshire.
I'm comfortable with all the aspects of the rear yard addition. I'm comfortable with the extensions of the chimney, although, I'm not extremely comfortable. If the rooftop addition was not visible, like the other one that we approved on this block, then it would be approvable for me. Otherwise, it is not.
Okay. Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, sounds like I agree with the commissioners. I think the rear yard addition is fine. I think the chimney flue is typical in this context. And as for the rooftop addition, I hear the concern from the public as well as from the commissioner. So I would defer to the commission as well.
Okay. Commissioner Bland. Commissioner Bland?
He's on mute.
So sorry.
That's okay.
The rear yard addition is textual, it's fine. No problem there. I'm listening carefully to the public as well as our commission speak about rooftop additions, particularly in places where they are not prominent already or even non-existent around. And I think I have a different point of view. I don't think it seems fair, as Commissioner Addy said. And I don't think it's necessary that we eliminate the ability of a family to grow in a house as long as the growth is respectful. And I think in this case, it means minimally visible. Doesn't mean to me invisible, but minimally visible. Doesn't overwhelm the house. I think we've had lots of examples in denser parts of our city where huge additions have been suggested, both on top and in the rear and under houses. To me, they overwhelm and are inappropriate, in a major way, inappropriate. But I don't find it to be inappropriate simply because one family would like to grow in what I consider a respectful way. So I don't have any problem with any aspect of this, including the minimal visibility from a very limited point of view. I mean, a pedestrian walking would have to really be on the lookout for this visibility to be even noticed. And then I don't think it would be objectionable. If the fins are the offending aspect of what I think is a very handsome overall design, then eliminate the fence. It becomes slightly less attention getting. But overall, I don't have any problem with the double doors in the back or the double addition in the rear either. I'm not sure I'm in a majority position on that, but I wanted to state it because I think it's a principle that we should, I wish to promulgate a little bit more. Just because your neighbors haven't done something doesn't mean that you can't do it as long as you're doing it in the right way. And again, that's a subjective thing. I understand. That's what we do. We're very subjective here when we define appropriate.
All right, thank you. And
Well, Sarah, I just want to make sure that we're clear. It's not subjective. We're not talking about subjective views here. All of the comments have been about appropriateness and the impact on adjacent features. And some of those who are uncomfortable with this feel like because of its visibility, it detracts from the building and other features. And Commissioner Bland, I think your feeling is that if it's appropriately designed, then it doesn't detract. And I just want to point out, this is not subjective. These are sort of criteria that the law, asks us to do.
Mark, my point is that the definition individually of what is appropriate is subjective to each of us. Of course, that's the whole nature of our law. I didn't mean to say others are subjective. I meant to say my interpretation of what is appropriate is a subjective value that I bring to it.
Right. And I think I, as you all have, I think, gathered from my first comments that, I am also supportive of a modestly visible and modestly designed addition. I think that, that is based on not only the facts before us, which are very limited views. Literally, you walk 5 steps one way or 5 steps the other way, and it becomes invisible. It's low height, and the way that you view it in the context of the surrounding streetscape and skyline around it. And I think that a low scale addition won't detract from this building or any of the other adjacent buildings. But I also, I note that my findings or my thoughts about this are based on our past regulatory actions where we have approved similarly visible additions, finding that it's a limited view corridor, that it's modestly designed and finished, that it won't detract from the building as it's viewed or from the surrounding streetscape. So I would support this, and I would say that my comments are based on our long history of allowing change and growth for our historic district buildings. So, and even individual landmark buildings. So I think I also feel that this is appropriate, but I know that there are others who feel that it detracts from these views. So I think where we are is and I will say, I think that the applicants regardless will have to do probably a bulkhead. So I think what we'll do today is we'll take no action. There were a lot of comments about the door, so that's something that the applicant can think about at the rear facade. And then we'll ask the applicant to think about the possibility of reducing it to make it less visible. I know that you worked very hard to keep it a small footprint and a minimal height, but maybe there is something that you can do that is less visible. But certainly consider the design, and I think most people have felt that the fins are distracting and an element that call your eye to the addition. And if you explore that and there isn't anything substantially less visible, then I think you're probably going to be back to us anyway with the bulkhead. So we'll take no action today, and we will have you back when you're ready. And please continue to work with the staff to think through your revised proposal. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move to the next item. That's public hearing item number 2, LPC 21-09826, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn. Block 2046, lot 71, 108 Vanderbilt Avenue in the Wallabout Historic District. This is an Italianate style building, circa 1850, since altered, and the application is to alter the front facade and stoop.
Okay, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. Matthew, you now have control of the presentation. You just need to click on your screen. You need to unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am presenting today 108 Vanderbilt Avenue in the Wallabout Historic District. This is a district that...
Matthew, could you just state your name for the record, please?
Oh, yes. Matthew Viederman, architect, and okay, here we are. The Wallabout District is one street, Vanderbilt Avenue, bracketed by Park Avenue and Myrtle Avenue. Now, Park Avenue has the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway. Our building is centrally located in this district. It is an 1850s Italianate building. Previous owners were all people who worked in the naval industry, rope makers, caulkers, and such. This building has suffered the fortunes of the neighborhood, and as you can see in its current state, it's shorn off of any historic features. The cladding is vinyl siding. The windows are aluminum replacement windows. And the only remaining historic features are the 4 brackets, which you can see that are part of the original cornice. This is a view of the alleyway, which one can see on the left side of the building. On the left side, in the left photo, it's a view from the rear yard towards the street. On the right photo, you can see from the street into the rear yard with a little gate. And you can also notice the probes that we performed in order to determine what we had underneath. This is 2 views of the rear extension, which was enhanced, I shall say, in 2011. Around the time this became a historic district. This cladding is hardy plank. It's 4 inches exposure. There are Marvin painted windows. On the lower floor, the upper floor were untouched. Those are the aluminum windows from the original building. Well, from the renovated building, I should say. Here is a tax lot photo from 1940s. If you'll notice on the alleyway side, you'll see there's the original clapboards. These are 8 inches. We measured those. You'll also notice that the building to the right has its original clapboards, which appear to be about half that thickness, that exposure, about 4 inches. Our building, 108, has what appears to be that first layer of asphalt shingles. Many of the historic features remain. We see that we have the double bracketed cornices, we have shutters, we have very prominent lintels above the windows. The windows themselves are very high and elegant, and we have a very pronounced portico with a bracket detail. The stoop appears to be brownstone with cast iron, although it could be wood. It's very hard to see in this photo. This picture is a 1980s tax lot photos, and I think you can see quite clearly that the neighborhood has declined radically, and so has the state of the building itself. The Navy Yard closed largely in 1960, so 20 years after the fact. These buildings were really in very, very poor state of repair. There's what appears to be another layer of asphalt shingles. The brick base is painted. The windows have been replaced at this point. You'll notice that the parlor floor windows are a little shorter. The window sills have been raised. And these windows are not historic windows. These are some photographs of the existing cornice, the existing brackets, the solitary remnants of the original building are there, but they're on the verge of falling off. You can see in the photos below the original brackets and cornice and dentils and from 106 Vanderbilt. And we will be replacing these in kind in our building to duplicate this. Oh, pardon me. These two photos show the entries of 108 on the left and 106 on the right. The original door at 106 has this configuration. However, at 108, we did have a single door with side lights and transoms. This, of course, has been totally removed. And here are some photos of the existing windows. You'll notice on the bottom a blow up of the 1940s tax lot photo, which shows a double hung 2/2 window, probably counterweight and chain operated. The rail is pretty thin. It looks like it's about a 1.5 inch thick rail, and therefore I would assume that the muntins are about 1 inch. Here are some photographs of the probes we made at the corner of the building, at the front and at the alleyway side. On the left side, you see the front. You'll see also the felt paper and some of the asphalt shingles, and then the sheathing behind it all. On the right, you'll see the 8-inch exposure of the original clapboards, which are surprisingly painted in barn red. And the middle photo at the bottom shows the projection of the cladding relative to the brick base. Here are some photos of the stoop. These are non-historic, of course. The gate underneath is a hollow metal door, a fire-rated door, and it's in a very poor state of repair. And here is a general view of the stoop and the front court. Here are some photos of some of the stoop gates in the Wallabout district. Some of them are historic and very elaborate, and others are replacements. Pretty straightforward. The one on the bottom left, for example, the one in the middle at the bottom on the second from the right. And here is the photo of the two buildings, 106 and 108, our building on the left. Here are some of the historic precedents in the neighborhood that show that there is a lot of Italianate architecture and Greek Revival. These two are on the opposite side of the block, closer towards the BQE. These two are very nice examples of paired buildings that were Greek Revival. I particularly like the fish scale shingles on the right. And here are two other Italianate examples that, of course, have been modified due to the changing fortunes of the neighborhood and the occupancy of the buildings themselves. This is our elevation, our street elevation. And this is what we're proposing. We are proposing to enlarge the windows to match as best we can the historic windows. So the parlor windows get much higher. We estimate them to be about 6'10". The windows will be 2/2. The windows will also be centered. You may have noticed in this photo, the middle top window is off-centered from the middle window on the parlor floor. So our goal is to line everything up as it appeared in the 1940s tax lot photo. The entry will have the historic side light, central door, side lights, and transom. And we're going to try to renovate and to bring to a more restorative state the portico. I will note that the original portico was a rather massive affair that undoubtedly was tied into the existing framing of the building. And in the 1980s tax lot photo, you'll notice that everything had basically been sheared off. So our proposal is to bring back the spirit of that portico, but not go to the extent of framing on the inside of the building. That would be a major hurdle for our clients. So there we have it. And also the cornice is going to be restored. As you can see, we've also included some decorative lintels. The cladding is a 4-inch smooth finish painted hardy plank to match what we have in the back and to mimic what we had presumably before the 1940s tax lot photo. We're going to also restore the integral gutter, and we're going to restore the stoop. The stoop will have 2 historic cast iron newel posts that I found at another job in the neighborhood. They appear to be Italianate in form. Another aspect of this application, given the presence of the alleyway, our renovation will also include the gable end, so that the building will be perceived in 3 dimensions. You'll see that it'll be treated holistically. At least that's the perception one would have from the street. This is a rather important feature as we perceive buildings in 3 dimensions and not in 2. This is the entry core details, showing the newel posts in the middle photo. You can see them in the elevation at left. Our strategy for the gate was to be very simple. We did not want to call attention to the gate. We really felt the necessity that the facade be the boss. The facade is the king. Another aspect of our job is to insulate these facades. This particular building is a wood frame building, and it has a brick infill within the cavities of the wood framing. So that said, this is a very fine feature for a modest bit of air sealing, but not very good for thermal protection. The owners who renovated this building when it was bought, I presume after the 1980s, they insulated it on the inboard side. We're proposing to put 2 inches of polyiso rigid insulation as a rain screen to enhance the performance of this building. This building is an old leaky building, and we're doing everything we can within the confines of the rules to make this building perform. You'll see in the detail number 4, the bottom middle, the projection of the cladding relative to the brick base. And if you can see, the original base is about, the original projection is about 2.5 inches. You'll see that in the photo on the left. The interface connection with the building to the immediate right, 106, is shown in the detail on the upper right, and then the corner detail at the alleyway is shown on the upper left. Here's an elevation of our entry. It's a central door with a single double glazed light, side lights on left and right, and a transom with the street number noted in the glazing. We have a lead-coated copper roof and an historic crown at the top to mimic what was there in the 1940s tax lot photo. The brackets are an attempt to recreate as best as I could, judging from what I saw in the 1940s tax lot photo. I had to zoom in and take a look at it and see if there were other examples in the neighborhood. There are none that are historic. That was my best effort there. And here is a detail of the portico. To remind you, we couldn't reframe this entire thing, so it's all surface mounted and structured onto the existing floor joists. It's a section showing the side of the bracket. The bracket is going to have some plasticity to it. The The hatch delineates the areas where it'll be carved, so it'll have some three-dimensional character. This is a detail on the left of the integral gutter, and then a section detail of the windows. You'll note that I have a subsill that is needed to bridge the gap over the insulation. You'll also notice the bricks in the framing. And inboard, we have the standard insulation and drywall finish. And here is the before and after shot of the street facade. And at this point, I yield to you and I welcome your questions.
I'm sorry, I was muted. All right, we do have some questions. Commissioner Devonshire.
Did you do any finishes analysis of the original clapboard to determine what the colors were?
We did not. As I mentioned, what appeared to be a barn red on the far right, that was unusual. And the clapboards were totally removed on the front facade.
The red's actually not all that unusual. It was one of the least expensive colors during that time. So what made you decide on your color scheme?
Well, we did notice some of the precedents in the neighborhood. There were some grays and some cool grays and warm grays, and my client was interested in some color to bring a little life to the building. The yellow is a little, so there are a number of buildings that are yellow, and I think they were just fed up with the vinyl siding. They wanted something very new and something similar to the ones that we saw further down, closer towards the Navy Yard, the Italian 8 ones.
Thanks.
Okay, other questions? Okay, I don't see any other questions at this time, so we'll move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and I'll turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
Alrighty, thank you. Christina Conroy from Victorian Society of New York. You should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, Christina, I see you have accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Okay, so good morning again, commissioners. I'm still Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society. Now, the Victorian Society appreciates the intent of this proposal, which will bring the house closer to its historic appearance and help it relate more harmoniously to the historic district. However, by paying a bit more attention to the excellent historic documentation provided by the 1939 tax photo, it would be possible to transform this project from a good one to an exemplary one. Now, we note in particular that the proposed projecting elements above the door and window, especially the parlor floor windows, are much less robust than the original. The doorway hood historically extended to cover the stoop landing, whereas the proposed covers only half, projecting barely 2 feet. The original wonderful doorway brackets extended down past the midpoint of the parlor windows rather than only 1/4 of the way, as would the proposed smaller brackets. Similarly, the projecting window lintels are too small in height and depth for the windows and the facade. Now, we also note that the wood cornice, which is the only original feature remaining on the facade, is proposed to be replaced rather than restored, which will result in a facade with no historical fabric whatsoever and made almost entirely of substitute materials. Now, we urge that the cornice be preserved and restored. Now, finally, while we think the proposed salvage cast iron newel posts and metal stoop railings are appropriate in appearance to the building, we believe that the original stoop railings, balusters, and newels were painted wood and thus could easily be replicated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Michelle Arbalou from Historic District Council. You should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, Michelle, I see you've accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, Michelle Arblou for the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this application to be appropriate and generally very well done. However, we believe that the material used on the front elevation should be real wood and not hardy plank or aztec. We would also note that the tax photo appears to show a thick skirt board at the base of the siding just above the brick plinth. Adding this detail would be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just take a glance back over and see if I have any hands raised. And I do not see any hands raised, so there is no one else who wishes to speak on this item. So I will add for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application, and I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, we have, I think, some more questions, but before that, I'd like to ask Mr. Wienerman if you would like to respond to the comments we've heard.
Yes, we as architects are constantly struggling between all of the constraints that are thrown at us. The cost of materials, the cost of labor, the durability of materials and such. And we find that our proposal is the best balance between all of the above. This building must perform better than it does now. Currently, it's just got R13 insulation, and that is not adequate for our energy intensive environment. The materials themselves we feel are good because they mimic the historic configuration, but will last much longer. The dimensional stability of hardy plank is pretty clear, therefore we won't have to paint it as much. And I'm not averse to the idea that these buildings improve over time. It would be lovely to be able to restore it exactly as it was in the 1940s tax law photo. But I dare say that with labor at 6 cents an hour in the 1850s, where it is now $27 an hour, it's kind of difficult. So the balance has to be found. And this for us is the right equilibrium between cost, effect, and so on.
Okay. Commissioner Goldblum, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to clarify something that you mentioned a few seconds ago, that the choice of the hardy plank and the AZEC were made not for code, but for maintenance related reasons.
Yes, that's right. As you know, wood right now is, it's very fast growth wood, and it expands and contracts substantially according to moisture content and heat, and therefore requires a greater degree of painting. A cement is more dimensionally stable, certainly if it's reinforced with fiber. And so the painting is not as required. You'll know an old wood building because it looks like an old wood building. It's scruffy and the paint is blistering and such. This is something that is a feature of wood. This project will have a little less of that.
Did you have another question, Commissioner Goldblum, or did that
Nope,
answer?
that's it. That's
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Shamir Barron.
I'm sorry, did you speak about the shutters and whether or not you thought to include them?
I didn't. We didn't talk about the shutter. We didn't really consider the shutters, given the fact that they are a maintenance nightmare. And we do air-conditioned buildings differently these days. The shutters were absolutely vital in the 1850s for solar control. But there are very few of them in New York City right now. And I would say correspondingly, you don't see many canopies either, although these were very common features in the 1860s and so forth in this district, also in the Clinton Hill and in the Fort Greene historic districts to control solar heat gain. But we've moved on from that, and they are again wooden and therefore very vulnerable to the elements. And given the current state of wood that we get, they rot. And, you know, it's better to put the money, it seems, into the features themselves that are going to be durable and enhance the building. That was our approach.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, so I'm sending you all requests to unmute so that we can begin our discussion. And Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing's closed and we're going to begin our discussion. And I think, you know, these are always exciting projects when we find these early wood frame houses that have been so altered over the years with vinyl siding and window changes and loss of detail. And when we see applications to either restore or sort of take a restorative approach and return features that, if not matching the historic exactly, are in keeping with the intent of the historic, they're always exciting, and they're exciting transformations for the block. So, you know, I am delighted this is here. So we are, you know, again, if this were 100% restoration, meaning the portico was going to be exactly restored and the materials exactly restored, this would be getting a staff level permit. So this is before us because there are changes that the applicant has made that he believes are in keeping with the style of the building and an improvement over what's there now. And our job, you know, we don't necessarily always require restoration of exact features. We find other designed features that are consistent with the style to be appropriate. So that's, I think, what we'll be thinking about as we look at some of the elements of this particular facade and design, in addition to the use of materials. And again, we have approved hardy plank on facades, front facades even, of wood frame houses in Greenpoint and other places where vinyl siding was being removed. So there's the trim and the siding to think about here. So let's begin our discussion. Commissioner Bland, would you like to start this one?
Sure. Well, I echo your excitement about these early wooden houses, so often seen in Brooklyn, but other parts of our city as well. And when they're restored, as was shown by the applicant in some nearby houses, it's truly exciting. I mean, they create a sense of long history that certainly a federal brick house can do as well, but somehow these wood houses even do it more palpably. So it's an exciting opportunity here that the applicant and the owner have to restore. I'm not going to take exception particularly to any one thing, but I would say that to pull this off, the architect must work extraordinarily closely with staff, because there's a narrow line, in my judgment, between pulling this off with authenticity and screwing it up. So it's a little, you know, a Potemkin village or a Disney adaptation of it. And I think he's off to the right, in the right direction, certainly, generally, but I think the staff has to be really working carefully with the applicant. All this. The one thing I would like to note, and I'll wait for others to weigh in, I know this issue of hardy plank continues to haunt the commissioners, as it has almost from the day I joined the commission so long ago. My own experience with it is limited, but I believe it's a reasonable, as long as the details of it, the size of it, et cetera, et cetera. I think this is a 3-inch application that was found to be original. If that all can be done, it seems like a reasonable approach to me, but I kind of defer to other commissioners as well. Let's see where we stand on hardy board. today. We've gone back and forth on it over the years.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
Thanks. This is a great project. Overall, this block, I've driven down it and walked down it so many times. It's completely charming. There are many homes that have been renovated, and I don't know how slavishly restored the work has been, but they look terrific. And it's exciting to see that there's going to be another one joining in the mix, and the wonderful historic nature of what's around it. So I think overall this project is quite good, and the applicant has worked very, very hard to bring this project back very closely to where it was. Again, without doing a full restoration, I appreciate the enlargement of the windows. I appreciate the change of the front door, the restoration of the brownstone steps. I think the gates at the base of the building are simple, as is the entry gate at the base. In terms of the hardy board, I also, even though I'm a wood fan, I happen to have a wooden house down at the beach. It's really, I'm never going to change it, but I can appreciate how difficult it is to paint and repair and really keep the house looking as fresh as possible. So I'm feeling kind of open-minded about the hardy board, but I would defer to my fellow commissioners and see, how they're feeling about this as well. And I think the devil is in the details, as Fred had said. And so it is important to work very closely with staff. And I would also recommend that the applicant work with staff on the paint color, just to see what was there. Not only what was on the building historically, but what in general might have been on this particular block, so that the color chosen speaks to it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gustafson?
Well, as you noted earlier, this application wouldn't be here if it was a perfect restoration. Its imperfection is why we're talking about it. Fortunately for the applicant, the bar here is quite low. And I think we're all probably going to step right over it. The question, of course, is not whether this is the most appropriate solution here in all ways, but whether it is appropriate at all. We talk about removing vinyl. There's your low bar. Okay. Now, as far as the hardy plank is concerned, I will leave that, as Commissioner Lutfi said, to the members of the commission who are greater experts on that than I. In all other respects, I would find it to be appropriate. I appreciate the amount of work that's going into restoration and eliminating others of the, I think the word we use is unsympathetic alterations. So I'm okay with it.
Okay, Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Thanks. I agree with you. I am also very excited to meet again this district and to see the opportunity of bringing back features of the historic houses and buildings. It's the district itself that's just, I find, to be so thrilling. These kind of the construction of these houses, but also the history of the shipbuilding and proximity to the naval yards. It's just everything about it, and to the BQE and its problems and its particular history relative to landmarks. So I just find the whole thing really thrilling and interesting. And I'm in support of just generally everything that's been proposed here, recognizing that it's not a perfect and absolutely true restoration. I do, though, have a problem with the hardy board. I think that it should be constructed in wood, and in part it's so that the wood can age and that its age can be recognized over time. I mean, even if it does, obviously, and it will need more maintenance. I understand that, but and maybe the thermal issues are ones that can be addressed otherwise. But I do think that the fact that hardy board is kind of impermeable, you know, and sort of forever with a different kind of half-life means that it will always read differently. It will always read fake, and I don't think that that's appropriate here.
Okay, Commissioner Holford-Smith.
Yes, I agree that it's exciting to bring this house back much closer to its original appearance. I think the architects have done a really good job of trying to do what he can, given the conditions that he finds and realities. So I think the overall approach, making the windows larger and bringing back the portico to a semblance of the original, is all appropriate. The hardy board is tricky, and I would say that if it's the sort of deal breaker, then I would accept the hardy board. But I think it would be preferable and be more appropriate if you could go back to wood. But either way, I think this is a vast improvement. A couple of things I'd like to, I think testimony commented on, and looking at the photos of the existing cornice, and if there's any way that could be restored and not just replaced, I think that would really help this to be much more authentic. And there was a comment about a skirt board at the front, which I think would be a much better detail than just having the siding just keep going like a waterfall. But I think other than that, it's a really good application.
Okay, all right, and I mean, I think this, you know, it's challenging because I think you're, you know, feeling like it would be more appropriate if it were wood, but if it was a deal breaker, hardy board could be okay, it could be appropriate. And I guess we have to sort of think about it is whether it's appropriate or not. I suspect it could be a deal breaker here, but that is not sort of the standard of appropriateness and appropriate versus more appropriate. But I, you know, again, I think we have approved hardy board in similar projects in other historic districts. And in addition, the rules allow for hardy board, hardy plank, you know, if there are fire codes that preclude it. So it is something that, and that's on the front facade. So it is something that, you know, the rules have a provision for, and it's something that the commission has done. So if that gives you any comfort on that topic, but I think it's, you know, I think it's challenging to, again, sort of get into the realm of appropriate versus more appropriate. So I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I can find it appropriate, the hardy board.
Okay, Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I think it's great that they're attempting to try to bring this building back closer to its original appearance. And I think in general that I can find it appropriate. And, you know, I think that there's some changes that would make it appropriate and even closer to its historic appearance. And insofar as those could be accomplished, some of the suggestions made by the testimony and also would be great. But I could find this appropriate as presented, and if any of the other things could be done working with the staff to go further along the path, that would be great. But because I think some of them maybe they could do without particularly huge expense. But I can approve this as presented, and perhaps with the proviso they look at the staff on things like the paint color and any other modifications that they might be prepared to make working with the staff.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
Well, I think I agree with pretty much the general gist of where folks are going. I think that when I hear Fred say what he said about the detailing, the way I hear it is this. This is not a historic restoration or recreation. This is a purposefully abstracted or contemporized version of a historic facade. And therefore, when he works with staff, I think that should be the tone and tenor of the way that it's approached. The moldings, the window surrounds, the door surrounds have a kind of clarity and simplicity and modernity in a funny way that would express the fact that this is not aiming to be a historic restoration. And I think if that's the kind of spirit in which it's considered, I think the outcome would be very successful. I agree with Anne and the testimony about the skirt board at the bottom. I don't have any concerns with the wrought iron handrails, newel posts or the metal railings. I do think that the hardy board, in my recollection, is something we approve when the code requires it. But in general, for historic material, I would suggest the following. I would suggest that I'm sitting in a house right now that has cedar siding that I've painted once in 15 years. I don't consider that terribly onerous. And I think that, you can look at things like impregnating stains, opaque stains that will never flake or peel as ways to finish the wood. I think the front facade should be wood. And I think the AZEC, particularly for me, is problematic because it's a plastic material. If it burns, it's toxic. It's just not a historic material. I would accept the party wall, the side wall, excuse me, it's not a party wall, the side wall being in the hardy plank because it's viewed so obliquely, because the back is already hardy plank, and because it's harder to access. I think they are a more maintenance-oriented concern could be acceptable. But for the front facade, I would find that cedar or wood was required.
Excuse me, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire?
Yeah. So I agree with Michael completely that this is kind of a contemporized, broad brush nod toward restoration. This is not a pristine restoration by any means. I'm mildly irritated when I hear that someone is buying an old house and what it seems that their chief concern is that they don't have to maintain it. It's really annoying to me to hear that. In any case, the one other thing, Sarah, with regard to the LPC, I'm assuming they're going to be ripping off all the original clapboard on this before they put the new material on. And at some point, it would be great if we could somehow require that samples of that material be saved so that there could be finishes analysis done so that we have an historical record in the city of this sort of thing. In any case, this is not a restoration. And again, I find it a bit disconcerting when an applicant says, well, we didn't want to use wood because wood sucks and you have to paint it and maintain it. In fact, if you use quarter sawn wood, it doesn't have the dimensional facilation that other cuts of wood do. And so that's not even an issue. So please don't bring things like that up in front of this commission. With regard to the Hardy Board, because this is not a pristine restoration by any stretch of the imagination, I'm quite fine with it. We have used it when necessary. It meets fire codes and increases the safety of a building remarkably. We have used it on buildings where I used it first 25 years ago on a building, and it's still holding up perfectly. Were this a true restoration, I would say yes, we need to have wood on this thing, but it's not. And so I don't have any problem at all using the Hardy Board on this building. I think the use of AZEK is almost criminal. I don't think there should be any of that on this building, whether it's a contemporized workover or not. So pretty much that's it. In general, I'm okay with this. The other thing that I have to say at this point, I've had Columbia students do historic preservation theses on vinyl siding, on aluminum siding, and on shingle siding. And so I think at some point we're going to have to be prepared to have the Friends of Vinyl Siding testifying in some of these hearings, because the vinyl siding is 50 years old, and how dare you rip that vinyl siding off of this building. In any case, I'm all right with it. Sorry to go on for so long, but
No, it's very helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
How do you top that, right? I think that, I think Commissioner have said it all. And I think as Commissioner Gustafson has said, this is a very low threshold, starting with vinyl, and everyone seems to defer to the people with the expertise on the Hardy Board, and I think Commissioner Devonshire just said it all. By the way, I do agree with his comment about it will be very helpful to preserve some for historic reference, if at all. I don't know if that's in our rule, but that's a great suggestion.
Okay. All right. So I think where we are is that we're at a place where we can, I think, while we have some mixed opinions on the Hardy Board and some who were deferring, I think that we may be at a place where we've got 6 for the Hardy Board, but no to the AZEK. And then I think we also have comments about retaining the existing cornice, doing a paint analysis, or working with the staff on the colors, and working with the staff on the details. So why don't I go ahead and I'll try to make that motion, and then we'll do a vote and see where we are on that. So hang on one second. Sorry, it's closed for some reason. All right, in the matter of docket number 2109826, 108 Vanderbilt Avenue in the Wallabout Historic District, an Italianate style building built circa 1850. This is an application to alter the front facade and stoop. And I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Wallabout Historic District, although I'll amend that to say not the existing materials. And also note that the facade was reclad and the front porch removed between 1938 and 1980. And I recommend approval with with modifications, finding that due to pre-designation alterations, the proposed facade work will not eliminate significant historic features or diminish the unity of the row. That the removal of existing vinyl siding, non-historic entrance doors, and ironwork will eliminate unsympathetic alterations that detract from the significant architectural features of the building. That no historic siding remains under the front facade cladding, and the remaining underlying wood siding at the side facade is in a deteriorated condition warranting replacement. That recladding the front and side facades will facilitate restoring the window openings to their historic size and placement and allow for insulating the building envelope with a continuous thermal barrier to achieve an extremely energy efficient retrofit of the building. That the missing and deteriorated elements of the historic wood cornice will be restored, retaining this significant architectural feature and returning the building closer to its appearance. The slight change in plane of the front facade due to the added insulation, while creating a small shift in the alignment with its neighbor, will largely be imperceptible. That the painted finish, smooth texture, and dimensions of the fiber cement board and the composite trim and the wood trim and details will closely replicate the historic wood siding and decorative wood elements in appearance. That the introduction of a new entrance portico will bring the building closer to its historic appearance, and the design of this feature, although shallower than the original, will recall the details of the historic while responding to existing structural limitations. That the proposed front door assembly will restore the size of the opening, will recall the configuration of the front door visible in the 1940s tax photograph, and will be consistent with transitional Greek Revival Italianate style buildings of this age and other similar buildings within the historic district. That the new ironwork under the stoop and at the stoop railings will be simply designed and consistent with the ironwork found throughout the block and the historic district in terms of materials, details, and finish, and will incorporate salvaged cast iron newel posts in keeping with the building's age and style. And that the work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the building and the Wallabout Historic District. However, I recommend that the applicant continue to work with the staff to ensure the retention of the cornice, to restudy and analyze the appropriate colors, and to do wood trim for the details, and to work closely with the staff on all of the details of the building of the new facade to be in the spirit of the comments we've discussed today. Okay, Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
All right, Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 10 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Right, that's approved. So we'll move to the next item. Please continue to work with the staff.
Okay.
Right, the next item is public hearing item number 3, LPC 22-06528, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 150, lots 4 and 5, 62 to 64 Reade Street in the Tribeca South Historic District. This is an Italianate style store and loft building designed by Isaac F. Duckworth and built in 1860, and an Italianate style store and loft building built in 1856 to 57. The application is to construct a rooftop addition, replace storefronts, remove a fire escape, remove fire shutters, and alter the party wall.
Okay, Commissioner Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. Erin, you now have control of the presentation. You just need to click on your screen and then you can advance the slides using your arrow keys. Jackie, please state your name for the record. You may begin.
Okay. Hello, commissioners and Landmark staff. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I believe Mr. Aaron Chen actually wanted to give some opening comments before I began my portion of the presentation.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm trying to share the screen and I can't do it.
No, you don't need to share your screen.
I don't need to. Okay.
Yeah, we will give you control of the screen.
Okay.
Let's state your name for the record first.
All right. Thank you, commissioners. It's great to be here again. I'm very thrilled to present our work to restore and add to these two buildings, 6264. Just want to say this project is quite close to my heart. When the client asked me to walk the building, it was right after, days after the couple that owned the building passed away. The elderly couple apparently owned both buildings as a factory for about half a century, doing stamps like time clocks for offices, the old-fashioned ones. And then they actually combined the top floor as their apartment. Entering the apartment, everything was still there. It was sort of a piece of history from all of the furniture and the stuff that was there. And there was something about that combination of the couple that worked on this factory for so long that we don't see quite often anymore in Tribeca. So I let Jackie do the introduction. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Aaron. That was lovely. My name is Jackie Prudy-Vallon, preservation consultant on this project. And as Corey already introduced, this is 62 to 64 Reade Street, two separate store and loft buildings from the mid-19th century, which are being combined at the interior into one residential building. These buildings are located on oh, I'm sorry, please advance the slide. Next slide, please. And next, go to number 3, actually, please. Okay, so these buildings are located on the north side of Reade between Broadway and Church. Next slide, please. 62 Reade, as we already described, and 64 are both Italian style store and loft buildings. Both buildings had fire escapes installed at their front facades in 1917 as a result of the labor protection laws instituted in that decade. And for the last half century, until their recent sale, the buildings were owned by one family for use as commercial and living space and combined at the interior by way of pass-through doorways that were installed on each floor. Here, actually, can you go back to the last slide, please? So here, no, number 4, thank you. Here are the buildings in the 1940s on the left and a drawing of the full elevation of this side of the street from 1864. Next slide, please. The work we're asking you to look at today is the removal of the fire escape at number 62, the extension of the fire escape at number 64, storefront alterations, the construction of a rooftop addition across both buildings, the removal of a portion of the party wall, and the removal of most of the fire shutters at the rear of the buildings. The fire escape at number 64, which actually go back, please. The fire escape at number 64, which is on the left, appears to be original from 1917. That's the one we propose to extend to the roof. The fire escape at number 62, which is on the right, looks like a later replacement. That is the fire escape we're proposing to remove. Did I just say remove 62? 64, keeping 64, removing 62, sorry. There's also a staff level permit pending for restorative facade work, including facade cleaning and window replacement. Okay, next slide, please. And here are just some detailed photos of existing conditions at the storefronts. Unfortunately, over time, One dentil cornice was already removed and infill was replaced. You can also see in the photos on the right what the fire escape looks like that we are proposing to remove. Next slide, please. Here are photos of the fire escape at number 64, which we propose to extend to the roof again. You'll note it has decorative wrought iron railings at the landings. This detail will be reproduced at the proposed section that will meet the roof. Next slide, please. And here are the rear facades and the fire shutters that we're applying to remove. The existing shutters are in very poor condition. They are pack rusted and some have been coated with the same mastic that's currently covering both facades. Next slide, please. As you can see, they've not been properly maintained. Our proposal is to remove the shutters, but to leave their pintles installed in the brick so that there's still a signature of where the shutters had been, and to clean and salvage the most sound shutters and reinstall them at the top floor across each facade. Next slide, please. These are just existing storefront conditions again at the two buildings. Next slide. And here's the existing roof. Next slide, please. And now to, next slide, please. And now to give you some context within this district, here are some photos of similarly framed cast iron storefronts at other loft buildings where modern infill has been installed, including louvers. Next slide, please. And as noted earlier, we're proposing, yes, thank you. As noted earlier, we're proposing to extend the fire escape at number 64 to the roof so that it comes over the cornice. Here are examples within the district of other Italianate store and loft buildings that have fire escapes that extend to the roof. Next slide. And to show you what the roofscape looks like within this block, here's an annotated photo that shows you where there are other rooftop additions surrounding 62 to 64 Reade. There are two-story additions on either side of these buildings and behind these buildings. You'll note there are also large multi-level rooftop additions across the street where you see it labeled A and B. Next slide, please. Here are photos taken from the roofs of our subject buildings showing the additions that are present just to the north and just to the north of these buildings and across the street from them on that south side of Reade Street that I was just referencing in the last slide. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Large, as I said earlier, large multi-story rooftop additions have been approved by LPC at this and other Tribeca historic districts. This is a two-story addition that was approved at 93 Reade Street, which is also in Tribeca West and is about a block away. Next slide. And here on the left is the Stone Cloud at 78 to 80 Leonard in Tribeca East, which was approved in 2009. And in the middle photo and on the right, you see 69 Reade Street, which has a large addition that's partially visible from Broadway. This is relevant to keep in mind while you're considering the degree of visibility of our proposed addition. And with that, I would like to hand it back to the architect, Mr. Aaron Chen of ODA, who will take you through the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. So I'm going to take you commissioners through the proposed work of improvement, the scope of removal on existing elements, the proposed modifications at the front and rear facade, cornice repairs, as well as fire escape, and we'll end with the roof addition. These are the elements color-coded that we're going to talk about. The existing bulkhead of the stair is going to be removed. As the stair is going to be extended, the tilted roof or the sloped roof is going to be removed to create a flat roof for the addition. And then the existing windows will be replaced with new ones. The extent of the fire escape was 64, as Jackie was mentioning, and the removal of the fire escape at 62. The yellow portion is the existing cover of what used to be the edge of the storefront, cast iron, and the cornice that we're going to restore and bring back to life, and the existing storefront as well. So as I said, I actually think this is a love story between two buildings that was kind of cemented in a love story between two people who were part of the Tribeca tradition for a long, long time. I thought that was emotionally beautiful. We're going to combine these two buildings with keeping in mind the identity of each one of them. And our intention is to do the best that we can to restore it to its original condition. On the left, you see the existing section of the building. We're not proposing to touch any of the floors besides the roof. The roof would then be kind of leveled to allow for a floor addition plus a mezzanine. Otherwise, the section of the building remains exactly as it was. And here you see the line of the existing roof and how we're basically bringing that flat floor to the lowest point of it, accommodating for decent ceiling heights at the last floor. And the addition, altogether, the addition is about 25 feet above the existing cornice, including all of the mechanical and bulkheads. In the context of this street, if you know this stretch of street, Reade Street, closer to Broadway, does need a lot of love. I'm encouraged to see more and more buildings being restored, but the building is not in a great condition. And in the context of our adjacent building, you see that both buildings, 3 buildings left of us, have an existing rooftop additions, one of which is actually stretching across the block, as you can see here, which I found very peculiar in the rear side way, but it creates this kind of cluster of small courtyards that are kind of, are actually quite charming. On the left, a picture of the existing condition of the building. On the right, the proposed. I'm going to go through every element in detail, but just on a broad brush, we're going to reconstruct the entire storefront, trying to match its historical picture and historical illustrations. We're replacing all of the windows to their kind of original state with wood windows 2/2. We're treating all the cornices, both at the top and at the top of the storefront, and having a zinc standing seam, zinc cladded addition on the right. The rear of the facade is really on a very bad condition. They covered it with tar over the years. We have to strip all of the tar and clean the brick and repoint it. There's going to be some replacement of a brick. But as Jackie mentioned, the shutters are in terrible condition and most of them cannot be restored. We actually found the 12 that we thought are in decent condition, and we're proposed to restore them and bring them back at the top floor, sort of as a memory for what they were, and otherwise keep the existing pintles of the rest while replacing all of the windows. Just to give you a kind of illustration, the building on the left would be the ground floor of the building. We propose a very small retail shop, perhaps a flower shop, and then an entrance to the lobby with an apartment at the ground floor. And then a typical floor plan would be a single floor apartments, 4-bedroom apartments, trying to take advantage of the entire width, 50 feet width of the building. One thing to point out, this is the existing brick wall that separates the buildings. We're proposed to open it here and maintain a piece of it right here with the original brick, sort of a memory of the division, and replace that portion with 2 cast iron columns and create one more opening here. Otherwise, the wall stays as the original. The other floors are quite identical until you get to the penthouse floor. The penthouse floor, you land from the elevator in a kind of an open room that connects the front and the back. The front, as you'll see in the 3D, is sloping from the cornice 0 point upwards and creating this kind of intimate courtyard at the front, and then 2 terraces at the back with a stair that goes into the mezzanine, which is the drawing on the left that has additional 2 bedrooms, the primer suite and the secondary with additional 2 terraces. The sloped roof would get skylights that will bring natural light into the big space at the center. As for the storefront, really, we're trying to do everything that is possible, from cleaning and repairing the cast iron columns, replacing the entire storefront with a new one that matches the historical pictures. The doors are 9 foot tall, so we're trying to create that kind of vertical, glamorous entrance as it was. And besides the louvers above the doors, everything else would be glass. The other thing that we discovered when we've probed the building is on top of the columns, there's a cast iron beam that right now has nothing on it. In fact, on 64, there's some leftovers of this kind of metal cornice that was there before. So we're gonna repair and restore the cornice on 64 and rebuild the original cornice that is not there on 62. Just a few sections, they illustrate the different portions of the storefront, but the gist of it is we're working with the staff and the right profiles, the right proportions. And as you can see in this section, on the top of the section on the left is the recreation of that cornice that doesn't exist. And then all of the details for the doors, as well as the windows. The replacement of the windows, as I said, with the wood windows, and then the extension of the fire escape on 64. We have to extend it for egress, but we're doing it very carefully. So as you look at these details, the extension would match in the cast iron, iron work, the rest of the fire escape. And in section, you see that we are basically not touching the cornice with that stair. So it stays uninterrupted as the stair kind of go over. So part 3 is the proposed interventions, the rooftop addition. I want to give you an overview and then talk about the mock-up and the context views and show you the visibility studies and the materials and the details of the design. The spirit of the design for me was this kind of love story between the two buildings and the two people. That's what kind of propelled us to create a form that responds to each one of the buildings separately while connects together as one architectural solution. You'll see that in 62, we have one slope that goes continuous with the 8 skylights. And then on 64, a bented slope. The gap there creates an opportunity for borrowed light, indirect light coming from southwest to come deep into the loft, as well as the terraces that you see here and the connected courtyard where they actually meet. So if we just illustrate the volume of this addition, you see how it's illustrated on the right in red. We've done, as traditionally created, the mock-up on the roof, which exists right now, was inspected by the staff and was netted as needed. And here are some views from it looking outward. On the right side, by the way, commissioners, you can see the other additions as they kind of create this cluster of additions at the back. And here is some views to the south. And so these are the points that illustrates the different points of views. What you're going to see at the end, that only on one point of view, which is number 10, painted orange, there's slight minimal visibility of the mechanical bulkhead. I'm going to go through this. Everything else, the addition is totally invisible. And therefore, the slides are going to be quite simple. On the left side is a picture of the existing building. On the center, you see our 3D model overlapped with our addition in red. And on the right side, you see a picture that was taken recently after the addition netting was done. And as you can see, there's no visibility. As I go closer on Reade Street from west to east towards Broadway, again, no visibility of any sort of the addition. And now I'm at the corner of Church Street. You can see quite clearly the two buildings in kind of a beige color at our addition, and none of it is visible. And I'm getting even closer, and I'm right by the building behind. So because the addition is sloping from a 0-0 line of the cornice, there's really nothing to see right at the edge. Right in front. And then getting closer to Broadway and looking back, no visibility. Here's the corner of Broadway. And across Broadway on the east side of it, looking back, which is the farthest point that we could find, the addition is invisible. So 9 is, by the way, on June Street, at Wayne Street, I'm sorry. If you know the area, there's a fire station, a beautiful fire station right there. And we just wanted to check that none of this is visible. So you have no visibility there. So as we walked the site, we started walking south on Broadway, and we discovered one point, which is a little off the corner of Broadway and Reade, where a sliver of the mechanical enclosure, as you see in the illustration in red, is seen right at the top. And well, I'm just gonna circulate here. It's right here. This is the netting that you see. This is the portion of which the mechanical enclosure is visible. And that's the only kind of minimal visibility of the entire addition. Lastly, I just want to talk about architecture and materiality. We're proposing one material for the entire addition. I just think it's the right and appropriate way to respect the old and the new. It's a standing seam zinc cladding of both the roof and the facades. You see how the two buildings have this dialogue between them that is shared through the outdoor spaces from all sides. Here is the backside where the two terraces, actually 3 terraces, one off the master and the other one off the living room and kitchen area. And with that, I'd like to thank you and welcome questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioners, do we have any questions? I don't see any questions at this time, so we'll move to public testimony, and we may have questions after that. So if you're in the meeting and would like to testify on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And as always, we'll start with anyone who signed up in advance. And I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
Alrighty, thank you. John Graham from Victorian Society of New York. You should be receiving a request from me. Okay, John, I see you've accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Graham for the VSNY. The applicant is proposing many changes to these adjacent buildings. We support most of the removals. The new infill seems to be based in most cases on historic examples or materials still in place, and we believe that the large rooftop addition will be only minimally visible from West Broadway as shown on board 56. However, we do have some concerns. On boards 28 and 34, there are notes pointing to the storefront capitals that read, existing original cast iron capitals, clean and repair. We couldn't find any picture of these capitals hidden by the modern storefront for decades and have serious doubts that they survive intact. The applicant should provide confirmation that these capitals are extant and can be restored, or a proposal for replacements. We're also concerned about the asymmetrical window sash proposed for the front facade of 64 Reade Street, which the applicant didn't really discuss in their presentation. They have provided a lovely historic drawing on board 4 with a blow up on 5, which shows asymmetrical 2/2 sash at floors 2 and 5, and symmetrical 2/2 sash on floors 3 and 4. The applicants are proposing asymmetrical 2/2 sash on all floors. However, The tax photo gives different evidence. It shows symmetrical 4/4 sash on all the upper floors. In the past, we've often noticed that the drawings prepared by artists for illustrated papers fudge the details. Since the remaining 4/4 sash appear original, or at least historic, we recommend restoring the historic sash, or if necessary, installing new matching symmetrical 4/4 sash on all floors. Finally, we are concerned about the applicant's proposal to remove 18 pairs of substantially intact cast iron shutters from these rear facades, leaving only 6 pairs on the 5th floor in place. Commissioners, page 26 of the Tribeca South Historic District Designation Report calls out cast iron shutters as typical elements in the Tribecas, stating that in the years these buildings were built, and I'm quoting, "The building codes required the use of fireproof iron shutters on all openings not facing onto a street." There's a similar note on page 22 of the Tribeca East Designation Report. Since most fire shutters fold flat against the wall, and since the applicants are proposing to retain the historic pintles, and since retaining the historic shutters on the 5th floor apparently does not significantly reduce the light and air in these rooms, we believe that those 18 pairs of shutters should also be retained. Thank you, Commissioners.
Alrighty, thank you. Michelle Arbalou from Historic District Council. You should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, Michelle, I see you've accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, Michelle Arbalou for the Historic Districts Council. HDC would prefer to see the shutters be kept on the rear elevation of this building. However, if the shutters are to be removed, then we believe that they should all be removed. The current proposal is too inconsistent in this matter. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let me just take a glance back over at the attendees. And I do not see any more hands raised, so there's no one else who wishes to speak on this item. And I will add for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends approval of the roof addition with the condition that the metal shutters on the rear of the building are restored. And I will pass it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to now turn back to the team and ask if you would like to respond to the comments we've heard in testimony. Mostly they've been about the shutters on the rear facade, but also there were some comments about the window configuration and the restoration of the capitals.
Yes, I'll jump in and address the comments first. Firstly, thank you to everyone for their very well thought out and researched comments. I'm looking at you, John Graham, looking up the designation report. So regarding the existing capitals, the storefronts, we should have clarified that some of them are visible from the interior of the storefront spaces, even though they're still mostly covered up by cladding. Some probes were done from the exterior that also revealed some capitals. So our assumption is that they're all there. If they are not, the intention is to restore them to match the originals. But yes, we will work on that and clarify that with the staff. Regarding the windows, yes, we were using the mid-19th century illustration for the inspiration for the 2/2 windows. And our intention is to get a staff level permit for that window replacement. So we'll work with the staff on that. If the staff thinks 4/4 sash is the appropriate historic condition, we could do that. But again, we think the original was 2/2. Removal of the shutters at the back, which everyone commented on. I have stood on there's a 2-story addition currently in the back of one of these buildings that you can stand on the roof of and look up at the back. And that addition backs up to the neighboring building's addition. So there's really like no space. There's hardly any space to walk around back there. And it's, I can tell you the way the backs of these buildings have been treated, it's like a hellscape back there. It's just everything is covered with multiple layers of mastic. And many of the shutters are covered in that mastic as well. Or they've just been left to rust for forever. So there's really been no care or attention or proper maintenance done to the backs of these buildings. And the team really thinks that once they get through taking the mastic off and attempting to get the mastic off, the shutters, or even salvage what shutters they can that are not pack rusted, there's really not going to be that many shutters that are going to be salvageable. So that's why we're proposing to, as Aaron had said in his portion of the presentation, that's why we're proposing to reinstall the few that we think are going to be salvageable. And Aaron, would you like to address any of these comments as well, please?
No, thank you, Jackie. Maybe just add about the shutters. I understand it's a bit of a philosophical question as well. The fact that it's right against an adjacent building, which means that unless you're standing in this backside, you see them. And due to the fact that we couldn't salvage most of them, if we were to reinstate the shutters, we'll have to rebuild them, recreate them from scratch as new ones. I think I found it more appropriate, even philosophically, to salvage the ones that are salvageable and celebrate them at the top as a memory of what was there, and recreating those sounds unnecessary and wasteful. It's not a matter of money or budget, it's just what we think is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? All right, I'm not seeing questions, so I'm just sending you all requests to unmute so we can move to close the hearing and begin our discussion. So Commissioner Devonshire, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Thanks. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And so there are four components of this application. There's the new storefronts at the ground floor, the removal of one fire escape and extending the historic fire escape, the rooftop addition, and then the removal of the shutters at the rear facade. And, you know, these are things that we've dealt with on many buildings throughout this historic district and the other Tribeca historic districts and the Soho historic district. So the applicant has laid out sort of a photographic sampling of our regulatory history on rooftop additions here. This one is less visible than some of the other two-story additions we've approved. And with respect to the shutters, I think that you know, we have taken the approach, oftentimes these are, you know, very tight, non-visible rear facades, but we have identified these as significant features. And we are always careful to try to find a way to preserve cast iron shutters. But we have taken the approach that consolidating the salvageable ones in a more visible location, not visible from a public way, but from other buildings perhaps, is an response. And I think we've had a discussion about whether recreating them is really the same thing as preserving them. And we haven't taken the position that they must all be recreated in other approvals. So that's something to think about. So the windows and actually the restoration of the capitals are technically all staff level. So we're looking at the storefront infill, its configuration and materials, the removal of one fire escape and the extension of the historic fire escape, the rooftop addition and the shutters at the rear. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to start this one?
Okay. I think that the storefront looks good to me. I think that the decisions made there were reasonable and appropriate. I think that the transoms look good to me. I saw the staff comments. I really don't feel compelled to comment on it myself. I think that the fire escape modifications, both to the right side and the left side buildings, are acceptable, and the extension, the vertical extension, is typical. I think that for me, the purpose of the rear yard shutters, the rear facade shutters, is one of historic material more than it is of the aesthetics. So I think that the notion of requiring them to recreate them is not something that I would feel is necessary. However, I think they should look with staff, and if there are more that are salvageable, then they certainly should be salvaged. My initial reaction to the rooftop addition was, holy cow, it's so darn big. But they seem to have snuck it in such a way that it is not in any way significantly visible. I think if they can eliminate that one little corner of the rooftop bulkhead, they should. But I think that going strictly by the terms that we normally do in this district, which are, again, different from other districts, I think that visibility here tends to be the lone criterion that I recall in evaluating even rather large, rather cacophonous additions as this one proposes. And I think that by that standard, it would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire?
I agree with Michael about the rooftop addition. They have finessed it in a way that it is acceptable to me. Also acceptable is the storefront. The shutters cast, you mentioned, Sarah, that the shutters were cast iron. In fact, they are not. They're rolled iron and sheet iron. And I've actually seen these from the other side of the block, and I remember thinking how ridiculous that they put mastic on those things. In any case, I applaud saving any of them. I am always in favor of saving fire shutters. I think they're really a remarkable statement about a particular period in time. In this particular case, if you tried to restore them, you would destroy them. There are only two ways of getting that crap off of them. One is dry ice, and the other is abrasive blasting. Either one will destroy the shutters as you're trying to save them. So I'm quite fine with that aspect of the project too. And thanks for saving any of them that you could.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what Commissioner Devonshire just said. I'm fine. I think the two Michaels correctly pointed out, somehow the applicant creatively tucked in this rooftop addition. The only thing I disagree is that on a personal level, as much as possible, given the Jacob Reese housing that in my district, that I always like to see fire escape being preserved. But I think this is what the board does. The commissioner normally allows, and I'm fine with that as well.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Bland?
Yeah, I think I'm continuing the general applauding of this application from the storefronts, which I find acceptable. The very large rooftop addition has ingeniously been crafted in such a way you don't see it, so that's acceptable. I think certainly the materials that are being used for it are the right ones. Zinc is always the preferable material, affordable. Thank God I'm not ever going to have to climb down those ladders in the fire escape. It would be a scary thing to do, particularly if there's a fire going on, but it's certainly legal and required, so it's acceptable. And the removal of the other one is acceptable. And I think their approach to the shutters in the rear is the right one. And so therefore I'm okay with all four aspects of this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
I think all of my fellow commissioners have stated how I feel about the removal of the shutters, the minimally visible top addition, the materiality of that addition. Oh, by the way, the adding of the additional extension to the other fire escape is fine, and also salvaging the shutters.
Okay.
And I'm fine with the ground floor as well.
Okay, great. Commissioner Gustafson?
I think it's appropriate as is. I have nothing to add. I would emphasize, however, the concept of making sure that there aren't any additional shutters that are in the category of salvageable as opposed to restorable.
Okay, great. Commissioner Shamir Barron?
I agree with everything that's been said. This is well done, and wherever possible to salvage the shutters if they exist in the state that can be salvaged.
Great. Commissioner Holford Smith?
I agree. Everything that's been said already.
Okay.
So I won't add to anything.
Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah, I agree in general on all of the points. The size of the addition concerned me, but there are other very large additions, and it's the way they've constructed it to make it minimally visible. I think it really works. I did feel that the proportion of the transoms was awkward, but since other commissioners are comfortable with it, I can go on as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I think we have a consensus to support all aspects of this application. We will, of course, ask them to continue to work with the staff to investigate the condition of the shutters to ensure that all that are salvageable can be salvaged as they are intending. So we'll go ahead and make the motion to approve. Commissioner Goldblum, would you read the motion?
Okay. Regarding 62 to 64 Reade Street in the Tribeca South Historic District, the applications to construct a rooftop addition, replace storefronts, remove fire escape, remove fire shutters, and alter the party wall. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca South Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed partial removal of the party wall is limited to the interior, therefore will not damage or destroy any significant exterior architectural features of the building's facades or roof, and will be removed in compliance with Department of Building regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the building and adjacent buildings, that the removal of existing non-historic ground floor wood and metal infill will not result in the elimination of historic fabric, that the proposed wood storefront infill with paneled bulkheads will be consistent with the historic storefronts found in this historic district in terms of details, materials, and finish, that the existing fire escapes are not original to the building or a part of a continuous grouping of fire escapes along the streetscape, and they do not possess any unique or highly decorative design features, and therefore the removal of the fire escape at 62 Reade Street and the repair and associated penetrations will facilitate the restoration of the facades and eliminate potential sources of water infiltration and future disrepair. That the installation of the proposed fire escape extension at 64 Reade Street will not damage or obscure significant architectural features of the facade or the roof, and will match the details, dimensions, and finish of the existing fire escape. That the rear fire shutters are not visible from any public thoroughfares, and the removal of deteriorated fire shutters below the fourth floor will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca South Historic District. That salvageable historic fire shutters will be consolidated and retained on the top floor of both buildings. That the construction of the proposed rooftop addition will not damage any or destroy any significant architectural features of the roof. That the materials and details of the proposed rooftop addition, consisting of standing seam zinc cladding with a gray finish, will be consistent with the materials used in rooftop accretions within the historic district, that only a portion of the addition will be minimally visible from the corner of Reade Street and Broadway, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the Tribeca South Historic District.
All right, and Commissioner Devonshire, would you second that motion?
Yes, when I can find my cursor. Second.
Okay. Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 10 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Right,
Thank
that's
you,
approved.
commissioners.
Thank you. We'll move to the next and final item.
Thank you,
The
Commissioner.
last item of the day is public hearing item number 4, LPC 22-06881, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1212, Lot 87, 117 West 81st Street in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. This is a Northern Renaissance Revival style row house designed by Henry L. Harris and built in 1884 to 85. And the application is to legalize the restoration of the brownstone facade in non-compliance with LPC permits.
Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. Andres, you now have control of the presentation. You just need to click on your screen. And then you can advance the slides using your arrow keys or your mouse. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Andres Lazarga. We're going to run at Riley Architect, and I would also like to pass the mic over to Ron at Riley from.
Hi. So this is a brownstone at 117 West 81st. It's an 1884, 85, 17-foot wide brownstone that had been a 10-room rooming house for many years, and almost every piece of the building had been destroyed on the front facade, well, frankly, inside as well. We're here to ask for our project to be legalized and approve deviations that occurred between a 2007 permit for a new stoop from a previous owner and our 2010 application. We were the architect for both clients, but a deviation occurred at the street facade, and we discovered this when we tried to close out our application from 2010. So this is an issue that was there for the last 12, 13 years. We've already closed out other portions of the building, which included 3 certificates of appropriateness and 1 miscellaneous amendment for other areas. Let's go to the next page. So this building, using 4 sort of historical steps, in 1921, there is a stoop on the front and ornamentation along the facade of the building. By 1940, the stoop was gone, and by 2006, all of the ornamentation was stripped away. The image on the extreme right is what it looks like in 2022. We restored the stoop, the stair railings, the fencing. We provided banded windows, door surrounds, hoods over the entry, and brackets at the windows. Details that were dropped between this permit in 2007, and so dropped between clients, included rustication at the basement, or what was left of the basement after we covered up a good portion of it with the new stoop, and stepping at the hoods, the 2 hoods on the parlor floor, and a floral motif that was inset above the door. What is built is exactly what was approved by the LPC in 2010, but not exactly what was on the 2007 application. So, Andres, do you want to?
These are the elevations that show the existing and the approved drawings back in 2009, and you can note that at the focus of the elevation was at the stoop level, developing this, bringing back the stoop and some of the elements around the windows and the hoods. As Ronette mentioned, this is a 17-foot wide building, and the base where the rustication was to be completed is about 9 feet high at its side. And as we move forward, these are just a few plans highlighting the area of work, which is just at the front of the building facing West 81st Street. Here we wanted to call out a few of the details that were outlined again in the approved drawings, where we reference the original conditions of the building. However, the detailing was not explicitly described in here, and but we do identify areas of brownstone, stucco, and pouring at the base, details of the actual stoop, and going back and referencing a lot of the historical context within the site. Ronette, I'll hand this over to you.
So if you look on the previous drawings, go back to the previous one, in the upper left-hand corner is the elevation of what's left over at the basement after we add the stoop and the window. And it shows no scoring of the stone, although we have it on the sides of the stairs. If you look in the center of the image. So the contractor actually, now if we go forward, oh, and then if you look above, you see where the floral motifs above the entry door were, and the stepping of the hoods, those elements above the door and the window at the parlor floor. So go to the next slide. These are what it looked like in 2006 and what it looks like now today. So even though the landmark drawings did not have the scoring on that face forward portion of the basement, it was included, and the hood above the entry door, the hoods are plain and not stepped, and there's no floral motif in that. It's difficult to create rustication in the stucco material that was used to recreate the historical character here. And we're not sure why the stepped hood detail, just in all honesty, was missing. And recreating what had been a floral motif with really only one photo to go on that was very vague are what's at issue here today. I will point out that this is a very interesting street because, what's our next slide? If you look at the bottom, we have the Endicott building on the corner of Columbus, and then our building is a transition brownstone. And going from 117 to 125, we have a variety of brownstones. It's a wonderful street, and it's great that our brownstone came back to life to pick up on this variety of details. And we've shown the drawing and the result of what we did. And since there were no drawings for our exact stoop, we looked at other stoops along the street, which is how we came up with their resolution. Next. So in concluding, what we're trying to say is we restored the historical character previously moved, including the stoop, railings, facade. The owner has maintained this building for the last 12 years, has tried to be a very good neighbor, and including did an immediate repair on an area of deterioration recently. We also have the support of the community board with 6 yeses, 2 abstains, and 0 no's. We feel our solution fits well into the streetscape, and there have been no complaints or violations. This has come up 13 years later due to sign-offs we're trying to get at the DOB. And although it is not, there was that drop between those 3 details, we respectfully request legalization and approval.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, I don't see any questions at this time, so let's move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
Alrighty, thank you. Sean Corsandi from Landmark West, you should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, Sean, I see you have accepted my request. You can go ahead, please, and just unmute your mic and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you, Sasha. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee vehemently opposes legalizations of work installed without LPC permits. When property owners ignore the landmarks law and make changes without the Commission's guidance and consent, all too frequently the results are at best unremarkable, at worst destructive. In either case, the practice of legalizing alterations after the fact, in essence, penalizes property owners who often go to great lengths to comply with the landmarks regulation by rewarding those who flout the law. In this case, our committee is stymied, in part because the applicant today has a longstanding track record of highly successful interventions and updates to landmarks in our district, which we are grateful for. And when this project was first presented in 2008, the facade was atomized under a separate permit, which may well be why this permit fell through the cracks while the rest of the scope was properly permitted. The existing facade is undoubtedly an improvement over its prior condition before the illegal work, but we wonder if it would have been approved in exactly this state. The parlor level headers read as smooth hoods, or worse, the roof of a shopping center photo map booth without the articulated effect visible in the historic record. Similarly, the third floor appears vacant without the baptismal font sills. The original Henry L. Harris design connected all the ornament of the two primary bays vertically across 3 levels. This illegal design falls short. Once lost, the LPC cannot demand these features be returned, but in a facade restoration, acknowledgement of them may be incorporated into the design. Our committee suggests any legalization be dependent upon the applicant working with staff to address these specific sills and headers. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sean. Let me take a glance back over. And I do not see any hands raised, so there is, oops. Oh, hold on, I see one more. Oh, okay. The hand disappeared. All right, so I do not see any more hands raised. And I will, all right, hold on, let me, Michelle, I'm gonna bring you in, Michelle Parker. From Community Board 7, I think. All right, I see you've accepted my request. Please just state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Michelle Parker, co-chair of the Preservation Committee for Community Board 7. Both as a committee and the full board, this application was accepted, was approved. The applicant came to us to legalize the use of smooth stone with thin scored horizontal lines across the ground floor facade and eastern face of the restored stoop during renovations that were completed in 2006 to 2009. The applicant disclosed to us that maybe between the prior approval and a new approval, the design for the facade kind of got lost in the applications. We looked at this site in the context of what they have done since 2006 to the building, as well as the buildings to the right and left of them, the right being the Endicott, and the left, a building that you saw that building in the picture, but it betrays the actual orange colors. But that facade is rusticated. However, we approve this application in the context of the build to the Endicott and to the changes that they made in 2006 to 2009, and would like the LPC to go forward with the approval on this. Thank you very much, commissioners.
All right, thank you. Let me take a glance over. And all right, I do not see any more hands raised, so there's no one else that wishes to speak on this item. And we had Community Board 7 here to present their approval. So I'll just turn it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So, and I want to just address the comment about this application maybe getting lost through the cracks because part of it was commission approved and part of it was staff approved. I want to just assure everybody that the staff works equally hard on applications that come before the commission as well as applications that are being done at staff level. So there is tremendous staff oversight on each type, both types of applications. You know, there was something that fell through the cracks here, but it wasn't because of the fact that part of it was commission approved and part of it was staff approval. It's that notes didn't conform to the description of the work. So nonetheless, we're here to review it. And as always, we look at it as if we were being asked to approve it in the first instance. So I'm going to Ronette, would you like to respond to any of the comments? There were some specific comments about headers and sills.
Yes, I would. Do we still have control of the slideshow? Can you go back to the approved drawing, Andres? Unfortunately, we didn't do this work illegally. We didn't do it exactly. So these are the approved landmarks drawings in that time, in 2010. So our detail 11 and detail, I can't see it at this scale, 14, those were, these are the areas of concern, and they were built as they were on these approved drawings. The problem is there's a reference and we didn't match that previous owner's permit description. And I've just begged for forgiveness. We always want to be as appropriate and responsive as we can. So I don't know how this fell through the cracks, but wasn't illegal work. Our drawings were approved. And it's only coming up 13 years later because we had to get some final sign-offs.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin?
Do you have, I thought you had a drawing of the original, what was approved originally before it was altered from the original approval. In other words, which had the stepped hood, I think, and
the stepped hood was never shown on any drawings to landmarks. It's in a written paragraph in the 2007 permit.
Got it. And I guess that's the other thing that was missing was the decoration on the hood.
Right.
Are those?
There's three things: the rustication at the basement, the hood stepping, and the floral motif in a panel above the door.
Above the door. Thank you.
Okay, any other final questions? All right, I'm going to send you all requests to unmute so that we can begin our discussion. All right, and Commissioner Holford-Smith, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Gustafson, would you second that motion?
I could.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin the discussion. And so, we understand there was an error here between notes and permit description. And as was pointed out, this facade had been stripped and stuccoed throughout its history in the 20th century. So at the time of designation, it did not have any of its historic details, and the surface had been stuccoed over. And so the question is whether we would have approved this work in the first instance. And it's interesting, we had a similar discussion when we looked at the house in Wallabout this earlier today, where the applicant was proposing to do something more restorative on that wood frame building. And so the question is, on a stucco building, and I would say that the reason this is before us is because it had been a staff approval and therefore full restoration was required, including those three elements. So anything that isn't a full restoration comes to us, but as an additive component to a building, the commission doesn't always require full restoration. We just have to find that the changes are appropriate. And so we have a building that was stripped and stuccoed, and through a series of permits has had a stoop returned to it with ironwork and new window lintels and sills and hoods around the door and parlor floor window. And it is lacking some of the three of the details that were expected: the step in the hood, the floral ornament in the panel, and the rustication at the base. So I think it's a similar question to the application we saw earlier today, and whether on a building where no historic fabric was removed, would these changes be found appropriate? So let's begin that discussion. Commissioner Chapin, would you start this one?
Okay. I'm not concerned particularly about the rustication. I think it's unfortunate that the details were lost, because I do think they contributed to the building.
Right, but they weren't lost. I mean, they were not.
Excuse me. You're correct, sir. I used the wrong terminology. They were not restored or whatever. They weren't there. Everything was gone.
Right.
So this is a very nice restoration in general, and I kind of feel that I'm thinking I'd like if maybe something could be done to replace some of the things that as I said, I personally don't think it's necessary to include the rustication. Maybe if some of the decorative detailing at the parlor floor door and could be added, it would enhance the restoration, but I'm not sure that it's hard, because we originally approved it. What we originally approved was what wasn't built, in this case. So the question is that we approved this, but we probably would have asked, these other
right. Well,
in both cases, at least two of the cases, rather minor details to be included. So the answer is, in general, I want to approve this, and I'm thinking that maybe some minor detailing could be added, working with the staff to just bring it a little bit farther along. I'd like to see that, but I could approve it, I guess, as presented, if others feel that's not necessary.
Okay.
So that's it.
All right, thanks. Commissioner Goldblum? Yeah.
I think this one doesn't remind me so much of the Wallabout project that we saw earlier, as much as it reminds me of an Upper East Side project we saw a few months ago, or God knows how long. Time has no more meaning. But it was an Upper East Side project where they were doing a restoration, but they decided on purpose to leave out some details. And we had a whole discussion about it at the time. It was an interesting project. But
yeah,
if you look at the upper floors of this building, it is quite restorative. And I think the intention was generally for the project to be restorative. However, I think that had we been presented with this particular design, we probably would have approved it. I think that there's three things that are missing here, right? There's the rustication at the base. There's the step. There's the floral insert above the first floor window and door panels, and there's the stepping and kind of shaping of the little flares on top of those two elements. I think of the three, and it's a shame because the detail up above looks really nice, and once you're doing it, it shouldn't be a really big deal to just keep on doing it. But what's past is past. Can't litigate that. But I think that having the detail closer down to the street is really where you want it. I would have rather compromised on the upper portions than on the lower, but here we are. I think that the rustication, the lack of the rustication is okay. I think the lack of the stepping to the roof elements is okay. I think that if we're going to go with Diana's suggestion and suggest that they modify anything, I think it would be the panels above the door and window, because those are the most visible aspects. And I imagine that they could be done without destroying anything. It could just be added. But like Diana, I could approve it as is, but I think it's
it's unfortunate that some of that tactile level detailing didn't get done.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire?
I agree. I can live without the rustication and the stepping, but I think the floral design needs to be replicated.
Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I'm agree with the two Michaels as well as Diana. I think if Michael Goldman said it best, if we want to bring the details down, would be at the parlor floor level and the windows area on the closer to the ground.
Commissioner Bland?
I think that's my position too. I think I would have approved this without the three if it were brought to me like that initially. It wasn't. But I think this is a good resolution. Fairly simple one to achieve.
Commissioner Lutfi?
I'm in agreement as well.
Commissioner Gustafson?
You know how much I hate these kinds of situations. But if ever I could say there was an accidental violation, some of the things we see are so egregious, and this one seems to me to be just, a plain old mistake. And I do agree that I don't think that that I would have asked for any of those three things. And I agree with Commissioner Bland. I think that I would have approved it as it without them.
Okay. Commissioner Shamir Barron?
I think I agree with everyone. My question is to Chair Carroll. Maybe I'm not understanding something. So it was approved at staff, correct? And so,
correct.
So my question is, when the violation is identified and they didn't do it right according to the staff level, why doesn't it just go back to staff to say, fix these things you didn't attend to?
Because, well, let me back up. So it was approved at staff level, which is why there was an expectation of restoration. Right. And again, the commission doesn't have to require, we don't necessarily require restoration. Things come to us and we approve them all the time that are appropriate and not restoration. In this case, the applicant, we didn't identify it. In fact, nobody in the neighborhood identified it. It's been like this since 2007. And so it was not the subject of a complaint or from the neighborhood or the community, which, I think to me is sort of a sign that it fits in with the varied and altered row houses in the district. But it came to us because they were getting their final sign-offs and the staff noticed it. So yes, the staff first talked to them about the three missing components, and they could have resolved this at staff level if they made those three changes. But I think they're at a point in their lives 13 years later, 14 years later, that they wanted to come to the commission and see if the commission would approve it as is in the context of this streetscape and the other facades along the street that have a variety of details.
Got it. Okay, so I don't know that it's a matter of, is it a small mistake? Is it a big mistake? I don't know. I feel like it's a matter of time the passage of time, how much time has passed, the integration in a sense that, as you say, it's not disruptive or drawn a lot of attention to itself in the neighborhood, and can we live with it? Because otherwise I do think it should live in the staff, in the domain of the staff as it was originally intended to be a restoration and not something that was not a restoration, which would come to us for its deviance from true restoration. So in any event, okay, you clarified it for me. And I think in that case, I can find appropriate to leave it exactly as it is and not require any modifications.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith?
Yeah, I think, the work that was done was actually not a pure restoration because they did not include the third floor projecting sort of shape at the windowsill, and the railing at the stoop doesn't match the original. So it was a little bit of interpretation anyway. And this was basically approved, in 2009. So it's a little bit of a quandary, but I think if the consensus is to put back or to restore the floral decoration above the parlor floor windows, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, so I think where we are is that we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we have 4 of us who are comfortable with it, find it appropriate as is, and 2 of us who find it appropriate as is, but would prefer some more detail, and then some that I think feel that it absolutely needs some more detail. But I think we have 6 who are comfortable with it as is, but would like them to work with the staff to explore the feasibility of doing some more detail in the panel above the doors and the door and window hoods. So let me make a motion and we'll see where we are on that. We'll do a vote. Okay, in the matter of docket number 22-06881, 117 West 81st Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, a Northern Renaissance Revival style row house designed by Henry L. Harris and built in 1884 to 85. This is an application to legalize the restoration of the brownstone facade in noncompliance with Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. And I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. I also note that the basement and parlor floors were resurfaced, the stoop was removed, and a basement entrance was created prior to the designation of the historic district, and that a permit was subsequently issued for restoring and recreating those historic brownstone features based on adjacent row houses and historic photographs pursuant to our rules for staff level approval, but that the associated approved drawings were schematic and did not show the decorative carved and rusticated brownstone detailing, and the work was executed without those details. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the greater scope of the completed restoration work, including the recreation of the stoop, newel posts and stringers, restoring the parlor floor main entrance, and the recreation of the front areaway wall, address the more dominant missing architectural features that were removed prior to designation, that the work was completed in a workmanlike fashion, that the brownstone banded window and door surrounds, hoods, brackets, and at the main entryway and window at the parlor floor replicate the historic conditions in terms of overall proportions and placement, and are consistent with the details found on buildings of this age and style, and that other 4 Northern Renaissance Revival style row houses in this row have been altered over time and exhibit a variety of brownstone detailing that differ from the historic brownstone detailing at 117, and therefore the missing brownstone detailing will not further diminish the unity of this row, and that the base at many buildings of this age and style had an ashlar treatment, and that the existing smooth ashlar finish with staggered joints instead of a rusticated surface does not call undue attention to itself or detract from the special architectural character of the facade. However, I recommend that the applicant work with the staff to explore the feasibility of applying brownstone stucco relief commensurate with the style of the building in the plain panels above the parlor floor, door, and window. And Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that motion?
Second.
Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 10 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
So that's approved. Please continue to explore the details with the staff. And That concludes our public hearing today, April 5th. Our next public hearing is next week on April 12th. So I want to thank everybody for participating today, and especially to all of you commissioners. Thank you and see you next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.